Artificial intelligence is a question for many, but not today. Today we've all gathered here for the AI Impact Summit 2026. Namaskar, distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of India, it is my profound honor to welcome you all to AI Impact Summit 2026. I respectfully welcome the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, whose visionary leadership has positioned India at the forefront of digital transformation and responsible AI innovation. It is a great pleasure that I extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, who will be joining us very soon, the Honorable President of the French Republic. I also warmly welcome Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. We are profoundly honored by the presence of heads of state, policymakers, global business leaders, researchers, innovators, and distinguished delegates from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this global platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. Welcome to the AI Impact Summit 2026. Distinguished guests, when a nation's resolve aligns with humanity's aspirations, technology becomes more than an instrument. It becomes a defining force of our time. Where once the pen shaped revolutions, today code is shaping the future. Inspired by the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, this grand confluence of artificial intelligence is being guided by a confident and self-reliant India, where data is not merely numbers, but the heartbeat of the aspirations of millions, where our goal is not competition through technology, but building bridges of harmony across humanity. We now present a short film on the AI Impact Summit 2026.
Thousands of years ago, when power was measured by conquest, Bharat measured it by understanding. Stone rose into temples as disciplined geometry. Cities were planned as living systems. It was here that the void was given a name. Shunya, the zero. Before medicine became a science, life was understood as a system. The body learned stillness through yoga. The mind learned clarity. From Nalanda to the digital age.
चलो चलो AI से पूछते हैं. Do fish get thirsty?
World broke, this wisdom became a shield. Care crossed oceans with open hands. Because when India heals, it heals the world. India reached for Mars, carrying 1 billion dreams with it. Those dreams were built in the streets, the farms, and the palms of 1 billion hands. We built a bridge for every nation to cross into the future. What began here became shared digital public infrastructure, offered to nations as a partnership. Now the world stands at another threshold, the age of artificial intelligence. The world brings compute, servers, speed. This timeless civilization brings the compass of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. We placed AI at the heart of the human experience. Through the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, health records became portable. In our clinics, AI brings earlier diagnosis and better care to millions. In our fields, AI now speaks the farmer's dialect. In our schools, it becomes a personalized teacher for every child. Through AI in our courts, justice found new clarity in the digital age. This is technology expanding human capability, not replacing it. When systems are designed for all, humanity moves forward. Not upward for a few, but forward for many. As intelligence scales beyond borders, a larger responsibility emerges to ensure it remains democratic, inclusive, and accountable. This is AI for good. India does not lead to stand apart. It leads to hold the circle together, ensuring that the Global South has a voice as a co-author of the intelligence age. From the creation of zero to the governance of intelligence, this is India. This is Bharat. As leaders, innovators, and nations gather for the India AI Impact Summit 2026, this is our moment to build a world of progress, prosperity, and happiness for
all. That's AI Impact Summit 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable President Macron, President Pamelin, respected heads of states and heads of government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, friends from the industry, media, and dear students. A very warm welcome to India. Welcome to the first AI summit in the Global South. And of course, the biggest AI summit so far. We have participation from 118 countries. Thank you all for making this summit a grand success. Friends, AI is a foundational technology. It is already transforming how we work, learn, and make decisions. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji believes that the true value of technology lies in ensuring that its benefits reach the masses. Our Prime Minister's vision is to democratize technology, deploy it at scale, make it accessible to all. That's why in our country, in India, we are working on all the 5 layers of the AI stack. The first layer is the application layer. We sincerely believe that ROI will come from this layer. And this is where the real benefit will flow to the masses in line with our Prime Minister's vision. That is why we are building real world solutions in healthcare, agriculture, education, logistics, design, financial services, every sector wherever the benefits can reach the masses. The second layer is the model layer, and that's where the sovereignty comes in. While we understand that very large models will continue to push the frontier, we also understand and believe that more than 90% of the use cases can be addressed with smaller focused models. These specialized models will deliver greater value to our masses by addressing specific use cases at much lower cost per token as well as overall cost of access. Our bouquet of sovereign models, many of which have been launched during this summit, they are all focused on multimodal and multilingual capabilities, because we have a very diverse culture and we have hugely diverse linguistic scenario in our country. We have launched some of these models during this summit, and these models have stood their ground against frontier models on the points that matter most to us. The third layer is the compute layer, and here once again our Prime Minister's vision of democratizing technology is clearly visible. We treat compute as a public good, and that's why in a public-private partnership we have created a common compute platform where we are providing access to 38,000 GPUs at a very affordable rate for our startups, academia, researchers, and students. And we will be adding another 20,000 GPUs to this common compute platform. The fourth layer is the infra layer, with our talent pool and very trusted policies. And recently our Honorable Prime Minister has announced during the budget a very big policy shift towards getting the world's data to India, to reside in India, to be processed here, and to deliver high value services to the entire world. We expect large investments in data centers in the coming months. The fifth layer is the energy layer. Friends, it's the commitment towards clean energy that our Honorable Prime Minister has always shown, and that's why in our country today, more than 50% of the power generation capacity is from the clean sources, from renewable sources. Our visionary Prime Minister has recently reformed the nuclear energy sector also, which is another very good sector for providing that base load of clean energy. We have a robust grid which has been practically rebuilt over the last 1 decade. In this context window, this is the context window in which we are building our AI ecosystem. Stanford University AI Index places India among the leading countries in AI adoption, AI talent, and AI diffusion. But we are also conscious of the challenges which are facing our IT industry, and to mitigate it, we are working with the industry and academia to upskill, reskill, and to build a new talent pipeline for this new intelligence age. While we harness the benefits of AI, we must also find collective solutions for mitigating the risks. By placing human safety and dignity at the heart of AI, we can move forward with conviction. Together, through this summit and through all the collective efforts and through the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, let us shape an AI future of the humans, by the humans, and for the humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the welcome remarks. And before I move on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to welcome our distinguished guests. We have with us His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, the Honorable President of France, who's joined us now. Please welcome him. The previous host of AI Summit was France, and it's indeed our privilege to welcome you here again this morning, President Emmanuel Macron. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Shri N. Chandrasekaran, Chairman of the Tata Group, to the dais to share his visionary insights on artificial intelligence. Please welcome Shri N. Chandrasekaran, Chairman, Tata Group.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Your Excellencies, Heads of State, policymakers, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an extraordinary privilege to be here this morning and participate in this AI Summit. India is a nation of AI optimists. Our enthusiasm is not surprising. Indians have witnessed the hugely ambitious digital infrastructure programs and what they can achieve. The largest digital identity system in the world, covering 1.4 billion people. A digital payment interface that accounts for half of the entire world's transactions. Over the past few years, under our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, India has treated AI as a strategic national capability, aligning the full stack from chips to systems to energy and to applications through Semicon India, an India AI mission, and most importantly, the recent reforms such as the Shanti Act for clean energy, We are building AI at scale with trust, resilience, and long-term competitiveness. AI is a foundational technology that cuts across all industries. AI is nothing artificial, it is real, because it learns from data and learns faster every day, and it is not based on any fixed rules. Third, AI can scale and it scales pretty rapidly. Putting all this together, AI, to my mind, is the next big infrastructure. It is the infrastructure of intelligence. It will have a very profound impact, exactly the same way in the past other infrastructure changes have done, steam engines, electricity, or internet. Our mission should be to make AI work for every individual and every citizen in this country. We should put the AI tools in the hands of the last person in the country and in fact on the earth. And that's the vision that we should all work towards. A couple of days ago, we witnessed 1,500 rural women here in Bharat Mandapam who had no background to computing, no background to digital tools. In a matter of few hours, could learn AI, could build products, could build marketing materials, campaigns, all in front of a global audience, and they did it in 4 hours. AI will have huge impact on our public services delivery. It will have huge impact on enterprises around the world. Since I come from the background of IT industry, one word for the IT industry, it is, in my opinion, the biggest opportunity for the tech sector in the IT industry, because the IT industry's real value is the context, an understanding of every enterprise's business and technology landscape and make the right technology work inside the processes and the ecosystem, the supplier, customer, and all the other connections an enterprise has. AI will expand that role much further. It is the opportunity to integrate AI and AI agents into workflows, reimagine processes, and make it work and carry out the transformation so that every enterprise can realize the moat and realize its vision. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Tata Group. At the Tata Group, we are adopting AI across the stack, from silicon to systems to AI-ready data centers to applications and AI agents. And we believe such a vision and such a journey is going to be extremely exciting, and it will require us to work with world-leading partners in India and across the globe. I would like to make 5 points. The Tata Group is establishing India's first large-scale AI-optimized data center, purpose-built for the next generation AI training and inference. I'm very happy to announce that we have partnered with OpenAI to build the first 100 megawatt capacity, which will scale to 1 gigawatt. And we made an announcement with AMD yesterday where we will combine the world-class AI rack architecture with Tata's strength in infrastructure, engineering, power, and solution capabilities to create a sustainable high-density AI capacity in India for global standards. The third, we are already building an AI data insights platform. Minister Ashwini articulated the layers of data architectures. What we are building is totally based on diverse Indian data sets. On top of the foundational models, so intelligence becomes available across the diversity of Indian contexts. And the fourth, TCS and our other company, Tata Communications, together, we are building an AI operating system for industries. What we will do is to build agentic industry solutions for every industry. We are already well on that journey, and we will work with partners to be able to launch it and take it to all enterprises around the globe. And finally, again, I want to thank the vision of our Prime Minister, which made it possible for us to make a serious foray into chips and semiconductors. What we will do next is to build chips that are very domain-centric, which will be totally AI optimized for every industry, and we will first launch or work towards getting it ready for the automotive sector. So these are the areas that we are focused on. I think it is the time for promise to take action into practice so that we can deliver prosperity. Finally, in conclusion, I just want to say that we are standing here at a very defining moment. It is the age of abundant intelligence, where the scarce resources are trust, stewardship, and human capability. So let us send out a simple standard for the AI decade. Capability with dignity, high impact for every watt of energy, and progress with agency and collaboration. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, for your forward-looking address. Excellencies, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, a pioneer at the forefront of artificial intelligence, as I request him to address the esteemed gathering. Please welcome Mr. Dario Amodei.
First, I want to thank Prime Minister Modi for bringing us together. The energy and ambition in this room and across India are incredible. I've been spending the last few days meeting with Indian builders and enterprises, and the energy to build together here is palpable, unlike anywhere else. This is the fourth AI summit we've held since the tradition was initiated at Bletchley Park back in 2023, which I still remember. And in those 2.5 years, the advances in the technology have been absolutely staggering. Along with those, the advances in the commercial applications and the societal and ethical questions around the technology have only grown more urgent. My fundamental view is that AI has been on an exponential for the last 10 years. And as part of a sort of Moore's law for intelligence, and that we are now well advanced on that curve, and there are only a small number of years for AI models surpassing the cognitive capabilities of most humans for most things. We're increasingly close to what I've called a country of geniuses in a data center, a set of AI agents that are more capable than most humans at most things and can coordinate at superhuman speed. That level of capability is something the world has never seen before and brings a very wide range of both opportunities and concerns for humanity. On the positive side, we have the potential to cure diseases that have been incurable for thousands of years, to radically improve human health, and to lift billions out of poverty, including in the global south, and create a better world for everyone. On the side of risks, I'm concerned about the to play in these questions and challenges, both on the side of the opportunities and on the side of the risks. As a sign of our commitment, we just this week opened an office in Bengaluru and hired Irina Ghosh, who has spent 3 decades building businesses in India as our managing director for Anthropic India. We've also announced partnerships with major Indian enterprises this week, including Infosys and others. On the opportunities, one dynamic that we have observed is that technology and practices pioneered in India have historically set a standard for the global South and have helped to diffuse technology and humanitarian benefits through the global South. We're therefore we have been partnering with for several months, nonprofits such as the XSTEP Foundation, Pratham, and Central Square Foundation to use our models to advance digital infrastructure, education, agricultural efficiency, and health, in the hopes of spreading AI's benefits across the global South, starting with India and diffusing out to the rest of the global South. We're also partnering with Karya and the Collective Intelligence Project to build evaluations and metrics of our model Claude's performance on India's many regional languages. On practical and locally relevant tasks, we'll benchmark like agriculture, legal tasks, and educational content. On the risks, India is the world's largest democracy and can be a partner and leader in addressing the global security and economic risks of the technology. We'd like to work with India on testing and evaluation of models for safety and security risks in the tradition that was started by many global and national AI security institutes that have been stood up around the world. Even more, we see a particularly strong opportunity to work with India on studying the economic questions as part of the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments, which we're excited to join. As part of our Anthropic Economic Futures Program and Anthropic Economic Index, we publish statistical insights into how AI impacts jobs in the economy. We're excited to increasingly share this information, exchange information with the Indian government to share insights and inform evidence-based policy making, convene meetings with economists, labor leaders, and policymakers to adjust, to adapt to the economic impacts of AI. We believe that AI will greatly grow the economic pie, including in India and the global South, but that because it is happening so fast, it may lead to a time of disruption. And we need to work together between companies and the government to better manage that time of disruption and bring better prosperity smoothly to all. I and Anthropic are very grateful to be part of all these efforts, and I'm honored to be here and working on these questions with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Dario Amoti, for that illuminating address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege now to welcome Shri Sundar Pichai, CEO, Alphabet and Google, for the keynote address. We look forward to his insights on the evolving role of artificial intelligence. Mr. Sundar Pichai.
Namaste. Thank you, Prime Minister Modi and distinguished leaders. It's wonderful to be back in India. Every time I visit, I'm struck by the pace of change, and today is no different. Back when I was a student, I often took the Coromandel Express train from Chennai up to IIT Kharagpur. To get there, we passed through Visakhapatnam, Vizag. I remember it being a quiet and modest coastal city brimming with potential. Now in that same city, Google is establishing a full-stack AI hub, part of our $15 billion infrastructure investment in India. When finished, this hub will house gigawatt-scale compute and a new international subsea cable gateway, bringing jobs and cutting-edge AI to people and businesses across India. Sitting on that train, I never imagined Vizag becoming a global AI hub. Just as I couldn't have imagined that one day I'd be spending time with teams figuring out how to put data centers into space. Or taking my parents for a fully autonomous car ride in San Francisco. Seeing a Waymo right through my 83-year-old dad's eyes I saw the progress in a whole new light. Of course, he said he'd be more impressed if it worked on India's busy roads. Still working on that one, Dak. The progress shows what's possible when humanity dreams big. And no technology has me dreaming nor automatic. To build AI that is truly helpful for everyone, we must pursue it boldly, approach it responsibly, and work through this defining moment together. Why bold? Because AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. For 50 years, predicting protein structures was a grand challenge and a blind spot that stalled drug discovery. Demis Hassabis and his team at Google DeepMind asked an audacious question: how could we use AI to solve this? That question led to AlphaFold. This breakthrough didn't just win a Nobel Prize, it compressed decades of research into a database that is now 90 countries are using it to develop malaria vaccines, fight antibiotic resistance, and much more. And we are asking similarly bold questions across the scientific stack, from cataloging DNA disease markers to building AI agents that act as true partners in the scientific method. We must be equally bold in tackling problems in regions that have lacked access to technology. Take El Salvador, where Google has partnered with the government to bring affordable AI-powered diagnosis and treatment to thousands who could never afford to see a doctor. Or in India, where our work together is helping farmers protect their livelihoods in the face of monsoons. Last summer, for the first time, the Indian government sent AI-powered forecasts to millions of farmers, possible in part because of our neural GCM model. I see language inclusion as another exciting ambition. In Ghana, we are collaborating with universities and NGOs to expand research and open source tools across more than 20 African languages. We need this bold thinking in more places to tackle more problems across health, education, economic opportunity, and more. Technology brings incredible benefits, but we must ensure everyone has access to them. We cannot allow the digital divide to become an AI divide. That means investing in compute infrastructure and connectivity. I mentioned our Vizag investment, and we have others in Thailand, Malaysia, and more. We are also building a vast network of subsea fiber optic cables, including 4 new systems between the US and India, as part of our America-India Connect initiative announced yesterday. Responsibility also means navigating profound economic shifts. AI will undeniably reshape the workforce, automating some roles, evolving others, and creating entirely new careers. 20 years ago, the concept of a professional YouTube creator didn't exist. Today, there are millions around the world. Training is a professional certificate will help people master AI in their jobs, available globally. Finally, trust is the bedrock of adoption. We have created tools like SynthID used by journalists and citizen fact checkers globally to help verify the authenticity of the content you read and see. But no matter how bold we are or how responsible, we won't realize AI's full benefits unless we work together. Governments have a vital role that includes as regulators, setting important rules of the road and addressing key risks. And importantly, also as innovators, bringing AI to public services that improve lives and accelerating adoption of these technologies for people and businesses. There are glimmers of this from around the globe, from the Ugandan government using AI and satellite imagery to locate priority areas for electrification, to getting potholes fixed for residents more efficiently in Memphis, Tennessee, by using AI scans of road surfaces from buses. Tech companies must also step up, building products that boost knowledge, creativity, and productivity to help people achieve their dreams. And we also need companies of all sizes thinking about this. harnessing AI to innovate and transform their businesses and sectors, and to skill up and empower workers. We have the opportunity to improve lives at a once-in-a-generation scale. I know we have the capability to do this, and looking at the leaders here today, I believe we also have the will. Now we must do the work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar Pichai, for that warm and insightful address. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to present his address. A global leader championing peace, cooperation, and sustainable progress. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Prime Minister Modi, thank you for your kind invitation and congratulations for India's leadership organizing the first AI summit in the Global South. Meeting in India has special meaning. It brings this conversation closer to the realities shaping much of the world. Because the future of AI cannot be decided by a handful of countries or left to the whims of a few billionaires. Last year, the UN General Assembly took two decisive steps. First, creating an independent international scientific panel on AI. And I'm happy to announce that the panel has now been appointed. These 40 leading experts from across regions and disciplines embody a clear message. AI must belong to everyone. We must replace hype and fear with shared evidence and close knowledge gaps. I urge member states, industry and civil society to contribute to the panel's work. Second, launching a global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations, where all countries, together with the private sector, the academia, and the civil society, can have a voice. We need guardrails that preserve human agency, human oversight, and human accountability. And the first session of the dialogue in Geneva in July will give every country and every stakeholder a voice to align efforts, uphold human rights, and prevent misuse, and to advance our common safety measures, the foundation of interoperability. That builds trust across borders for regulators and businesses, and turns compatibility into opportunity. Your discussions here will culminate in the global dialogue. But without investment, many countries will be locked out of the AI age. AI must be accessible to everyone. That is why, encouraged by the General Assembly of the United Nations, I'm calling for a global fund on AI to build basic capacity in developing countries. Skills, data, affordable computing power, and inclusive ecosystems. Our target is $3 billion US. That is less than 1% of the annual revenue of a single tech company. A small price for AI diffusion that benefits all, include businesses building AI. I'm pleased that member states have responded to my call to form a global network for exchange and cooperation on AI capacity building in developing world. AI must benefit everyone. Done right, AI can advance sustainable development goals, accelerate breakthroughs in medicine, expand learning opportunities, strengthen food security, bolster climate action and disaster preparedness, and improve access to vital public services. But it can also deepen inequality, amplify bias, and fuel harm. As AI's energy and water demands soar, data centers and supply chains must switch to clean power, and shift costs to vulnerable communities. We must invest in workers so AI augments human potential, not only replaces it. And AI must be safe for everyone. We must protect people from exploitation, manipulation, and abuse. No child should be a test subject for unregulated AI. Excellencies, the message of this summit is simple. Real impact means technology that improves lives and protects the planet. So let's build AI for everyone with dignity as the default setting. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for your gracious address. Distinguished guests, it is my profound honor now to invite Honorable President of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, to address the august gathering. Let's extend a warm and respectful welcome to His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Narendra Modi, Head of State and Government, Ministers, Ambassadors, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Thank you very much for welcoming us in this magnificent city, in this magnificent country. And it's great to be back after my 2024 state visit for this Artificial Intelligence Impact Summit hosted by you, Mr. Prime Minister. And I want to start with a story. 10 years ago, a street vendor in Mumbai could not open a bank account. No address, no papers, no access. And today, the same vendor accepts payments on his phone, instantly. Instantly, for free, from anyone in the country. That is not just a tech story. That is a civilization story. And India built something that no other country in the world has built. A digital identity for 1.4 billion people. A payment system that now processes 20 billion transactions every month. A health infrastructure that has issued 500 million digital health IDs. Here are the results. They call it the India Stack, open, interoperable, sovereign. That, dear friends, is what this summit is about. We are clearly at the beginning of a huge acceleration, and you perfectly described it during your interventions. But let me just recap during 1 year what happened. Last year, when France and India co-hosted the AI Action Summit in Paris, we set a global guiding principle for technologies that would transform our societies and our economies. We said then artificial intelligence will be an enabler for our humanity to innovate faster, to disrupt healthcare, energy, mobility, agriculture, public services for the good of mankind. Both of us, we do believe in this revolution. 1 year ago, the landscape started to shift. The US announced Stargate, China launched DeepSeek, AI has become a major field of strategic competition, and big tech got even bigger. And a lot of them are in this room and still accelerated during the last year. AI, GPU, chip tensions are now directly translated in geopolitical and macroeconomic terms. Sometimes for the best, sometimes for the worst, I have to say. But clearly 1 year ago, we demonstrated something else. Hegemony from any quarter is not a fatality. There is a path for innovation, independence, and strategic autonomy. And this path, I'm convinced, is one of the countries like France and India must take together. And we've already achieved a lot. If we speak about models, you perfectly described the acceleration and the diversity of this model. India made a deliberate sovereign choice. SML, small language models. Task-specific, designed to run on a smartphone. And India built the first government-funded AI and deployed 38,000 GPUs at the cheapest rate to every startup in the country, as you perfectly described, Mr. Minister. We took a complementary path. We invested in European large language models, Mistral, founded in Paris a little bit more than 2 years ago. They announced last week a new investment in data center in Sweden and a new acquisition of Koyeb, building an actual European AI cloud. India chose granular and smart, and Europe chose sovereign and scaled. But both chose independence, and both were right. And this is as well the cooperation with LLMs coming from the US, and through cooperation, but cooperation based on mutual respect and independence, which could pave the way for progress. After the model of the infrastructure, you just described all the infrastructure made by a lot of large companies in India, and all of us, we are building new infrastructure, computing capacity. 1 year ago in Paris, we announced $109 billion in AI investments, and we are delivering this project with a lot of data centers, 58 billion euro in 2025, powered by our decarbonated nuclear energy. With a great asset, and this is very important indeed, to have low carbon and available energy. Last year, France exported 90 terawatt-hour of low carbon energy and pilotable energy, which is a huge opportunity to build faster and bigger data center. At the European level, 200 billion euro have been committed with the arrival of the Alice Lecoq exascale supercomputer, key component of our AI factory ambition shared with Netherlands and Greece, and we share the computer with them. Models, infrastructures, talents. India trains hundreds of thousands of AI engineers every year. With 500,000 engineers, India has the second largest developer community in the world. In France, we are doubling the number of AI scientists and engineers trained, and we've now more than 1,100 AI startups thriving in France, creating dozens of thousands of jobs. Armatan AI partnering with Dassault, Gradium for voice AI, Poolside, Ash, Hugging Face. I could quote the stories of these unicorns and large caps, and this is clearly one of our strengths. In quantum computing, the next frontier, France is not placing one bet. We are placing four technologies. 4 French companies, Pascal, Pandela, Alice and Bob, Quobly, and one ambition, to make Europe a quantum power, which is also the ambition of AMI Labs, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, from our dear Yann Lequin for Frontier Research. The smartest AI is not the most expensive. It is the one built by the best people and for the right purpose. Models, infrastructure, talents, capital, and adoption. This is where the Indian model is truly revolutionary, providing solutions for everyone in the country. From 200 million of Indian farmers in their own dialect to travel advice for 400 million of pilgrims, or AI diagnostics for rural clinics, all running on India's digital public infrastructure. Open rails, near zero costs, adoption is key, and being inclusive is key. In Europe, our AI factories optimize energy grids, transform logistics, reinvent healthcare administration, and we are proving you can build a competitive AI industry while protecting your citizens' data. And opposite to what some misinformed friends have been saying, Europe is not blindly focused on regulation. Europe is a space for innovation and investment, but it is a safe space. And safe spaces win in the long run. I'm sure of that. Now, the point of this summit was not only to say, let's do more. It was to say, let's do better together. AI may be a powerful accelerator of productivity and a major shift for labor markets. This is why access to AI for all is critical. France and India share a common vision, a sovereign AI used to protect our planet and to foster prosperity for all. In health, we launched the Indo-French Institute for AI in Health, a partnership between Sorbonne's Brain Institute and AIIMS Delhi, and the partnership between ASH and St. John's Research Institute in Bangalore will use AI to transform hospital administration as well. In language, we jointly launched Current AI for sustainable and sovereign AI access. And this year, we announced an open hardware tool for translation into Indian languages and dialects. Because AI that doesn't understand dialects is not AI for all. And this is why we do endorse this initiative for diversity in language. In sustainability, our Coalition for Sustainable AI now has more than 200 supporters. Today, with India and UNESCO, we launch an international challenge for sustainable AI models. Last year in Paris, we called it action. This year in Delhi, we call it impact. But the real name is simpler, AI together. AI and digitalization will be a key theme for the months to come. And the key theme for the Africa Forward Summit we will co-host with Kenya in Nairobi in May. The continent, the African continent, with the youngest population that will double in 25 years, deserves the best digital tools. And at a time when tensions are rising, there is an increased sense of urgency to direct all our digital tools towards this inclusive approach. And in order, indeed, to be strong here in India, but to be strong as well on the African continent. And let's focus all together towards bridging rather than dividing, creating rather than destroying, sharing rather than taking. France intends to use its G7 presidency to foster that vision. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, that India will do the same through your BRICS presidency. No country is bound to serve only as a market where foreign companies sell their models and download their citizens' data. No country. One of our G7 priorities will be as well children's protection against AI and digital abuse. You just mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General. There is no reason our children should be exposed online to what is legally forbidden in the real world. Our platforms, governments and regulators should be working together to make internet and social media a safe space. This is why, in France, we are embarking on a process to ban social networks for children under 15 years old. And we are committed here in this journey with a lot of several European countries being present here today. Greece, Spain. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you will join this club. And this is a great news that India will join such an approach in order to protect children and teenagers. And we stand ready to take all necessary actions to ensure that our young citizens are truly safe, and wish to engage with all willing partners to make this vision happen for all. And this is a new coalition of willings in order to protect our children and teenagers. Protecting our children is not regulation as well. It is civilization. To conclude, the message I have come to convey is that we are determined to continue to shape the rules of the game. and to do with our allies, such as India, because we believe in core shared values, science, rule of law, global balance, efficient multilateralism, innovation for the benefit of all. Now is the time to channel our forces toward what works. Concrete action and solutions that make AI more sustainable, efficient, and accessible. Targeted funding to leverage talents and creativity. Appropriate rules to prevent abuse and protect all our citizens. Strong partnerships that help build new AI solutions, more safe and more sustainable. I want to thank all the governments and business leaders present in this room and engaged in this journey. I know your goodwill and your commitment in order to deliver these concrete results. We do believe in innovation, but we do believe in a better place, in a better world as well. And I don't believe one second it's incompatible. And let me say one more thing about partnerships, because this is not a two-player game. Last week, India and the UAE announced a joint AI partnership, a supercomputing cluster, shared data centers and innovation corridor. And India brings the engineers and the frugal models, and the Gulf brings the capital and the infrastructure. And together, they build faster than either could alone. France knows this equation well. With UAE, we engaged and they committed billions of euros for innovation and data centers in our country, and this partnership creates more value together. This is not dependency. This is intelligent convergence between governments, with companies, large caps, startups, and this is clearly this intelligent convergence which can provide results. The old world said you compete or you lose. The new world says you connect or you fall behind. And I started with a story about a street vendor in Mumbai. 10 years ago, the world told India that 1.4 billion people could not be brought into the digital economy. India proved them wrong. Today, some say AI is a game only the biggest can play. That you need $400 billion to be in the race. That nothing can exist between the two blocks. India, France, Europe, together with our partners, those who believe in our approach, companies, governments, investors, might have a different way. The money race is important and we cannot discount it. But the outcomes and real value creation for our population is even more. The future of AI will be built by those who combine innovation and responsibility, technology with humanity. And India and France will help to shape this future together. And the journey has just begun. Jai Ho. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, for your visionary address and for strengthening the spirit of international cooperation in shaping the AI-powered future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, to announce the New Delhi Frontier AI commitments.
Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished global leaders, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, and young friends. Today, it gives me great pleasure to announce a significant outcome of the India AI Impact Summit, the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments. Today, leading frontier AI companies, along with India's own innovators, such as Sarvam, BharatGen, Gyani, and Socket, have come together to make a set of voluntary commitments that reflect a shared vision for inclusive and responsible AI. Can we have the commitments displayed? Yes. These are two significant commitments. First, advancing understanding of real-world AI usage through anonymized and aggregated insights to support evidence-based policy making on jobs, skills, and economic transformation. The second is strengthening multilingual and contextual evaluations of AI systems to ensure that AI works effectively across languages, cultures, and real-world use cases, especially in the global south. Together, these efforts mark an important step towards shaping AI that is not only powerful, but also inclusive, development-oriented, and globally relevant. This initiative positions India at the forefront of building a global South-led perspective on AI governance, one that balances innovation with equity and real-world impact. I now invite the distinguished leaders of these organizations to kindly join us on the stage for this announcement. Sundar, Sam, Dario, Brad, Alexander, Joel, David, Andrew, Pratyush, Ganesh, Abhishek, and Bharat. Guys. I now invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to join the leaders in this major commitment out of the AI Impact Summit. Thank you, tech leaders. Friends, the leader who gave this vision to the world, I now invite Honorable Prime Minister for your inaugural address. Give a big round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, delegates, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्ते। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और ऐतिहासिक एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। ये समिट जिस भारत में हो रही है वो भारत 1/6 ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी का देश है, सबसे बड़े टेक टैलेंट पूल का केंद्र है।
सबसे बड़े टेक एनेबल्ड इकोसिस्टम का उदाहरण है। भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाता भी है और उसे अभूतपूर्व तेजी से अपनाता भी है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति उत्सुक 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से मैं आप सभी हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के लीडर्स और इनोवेटर्स का इस समिट में स्वागत करता हूं, आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस समिट का भारत में होना भारत के साथ ही पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए गर्व का विषय है। इस समिट में एआई जगत के हुज हू यहां पर मौजूद है। दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, दुनिया के कोने कोने से यहां आए महानुभाव इसकी सफलता को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा रहे हैं। इसमें यंग जनरेशन की जो उपस्थिति हमने देखी है वो एक नया विश्वास पैदा करती है। आमतौर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कुछ लोगों में शुरुआती में संदेह होता है, लेकिन जिस तेजी और भरोसे के साथ दुनिया की युवा पीढ़ी एआई को स्वीकार कर रही है, उसकी ओनरशिप ले रही है, एआई का इस्तेमाल कर रही है, वो अभूतपूर्व है। यहां एआई समिट की एग्जीबिशन को लेकर भी बहुत उत्साह रहा है। खासकर यंग टैलेंट बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आया है। एग्रीकल्चर, सिक्योरिटी, दिव्यांगजनों की मदद, मल्टीलिंगुअल पॉपुलेशन की तमाम जरूरतों से जुड़े जो भी सॉल्यूशंस यहां प्रेजेंट किए गए हैं वो इस फील्ड में मेड इन इंडिया की ताकत और भारत की इनोवेटिव कैपेबिलिटीज का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, मानव इतिहास में हर कुछ शताब्दियों के बाद एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है और वो टर्निंग पॉइंट सभ्यता की दिशा रीसेट करता है और वहीं से विकास की रफ्तार बदलती है। सोचने, समझने और काम करने के पैराडाइम बदलते हैं। और दिलचस्प बात यह है, जब हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के उस दौर में होते हैं तब उसके वास्तविक इंपैक्ट का अंदाजा भी नहीं होता। जब पत्थरों से पहली बार स्पार्क निकला, किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि वही चिंगारी सिविलाइजेशनल की फाउंडेशन बनेगी। जब बोली को पहली बार लिपि में बदला गया, किसी ने नहीं जाना था कि रिटन नॉलेज फ्यूचर सिस्टम की बैकबोन बनेगी। जब पहली बार सिग्नल्स को वायरलेस ट्रांसमिट किया गया, किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि एक दिन पूरी दुनिया रियल टाइम में कनेक्ट होगी। साथियों, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मानव इतिहास का ऐसा ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, जो प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो इसके इंपैक्ट का सिर्फ प्रारंभिक संकेत है। एआई मशीनों को इंटेलिजेंट बना रही है, लेकिन उससे भी अधिक मानव सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा रही है। अंतर सिर्फ एक है, इस बार स्पीड भी अभूतपूर्व है और स्केल भी अप्रत्याशित है। पहले टेक्नोलॉजी का इंपैक्ट दिखने में दशकों लगते थे। आज मशीन लर्निंग से लर्निंग मशीन तक का सफर तेज भी है, गहरा भी है, व्यापक भी है। इसलिए विजन भी बड़ा रखना है और जिम्मेदारी भी उतनी ही बड़ी निभानी है। वर्तमान पीढ़ी के साथ ही हमें इस बात की भी चिंता करनी है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हाथों में हम एआई का क्या स्वरूप सौंप कर जाएंगे। इसलिए आज असली प्रश्न यह नहीं कि भविष्य में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर सकती है। प्रश्न यह है कि वर्तमान में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ क्या करते हैं। ऐसे प्रश्न मानवता के सामने पहले भी आए हैं। सबसे सशक्त उदाहरण है न्यूक्लियर पावर। हमने उसका डिस्ट्रक्शन भी देखा है और सकारात्मक कंट्रीब्यूशन भी देखा है। एआई भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पावर है। दिशाहीन हुई तो डिसरप्शन, सही दिशा मिली तो सॉल्यूशन। एआई को मशीन सेंट्रिक से ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक कैसे बनाएं, संवेदनशील और उत्तरदायी कैसे बनाएं, यही इस ग्लोबल एआई इंपैक्ट समिट का मूल उद्देश्य है। साथियों, भारत एआई को किस दृष्टि से देखता है, उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिबिंब इस समिट की थीम में है। सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, वेलफेयर फॉर ऑल, हैप्पीनेस ऑफ ऑल। यही हमारा बेंचमार्क है। एआई के लिए इंसान सिर्फ डेटा पॉइंट न बन जाए, इंसान सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल तक सीमित न रह जाए। इसलिए एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना होगा, इसे इंक्लूजन और एम्पावरमेंट का माध्यम बनाना होगा और विशेष रूप से ग्लोबल साउथ में। साथियों, हमें एआई को ओपन स्काई भी देना है और कमांड भी अपने हाथ में रखना है। जैसे जीपीएस होता है, जीपीएस हमें रास्ता सुझाता है, लेकिन हमें किस डायरेक्शन में जाना है इसकी फाइनल कॉल हमारी ही होती है। आज हम एआई को जिस दिशा में लेकर जाएंगे वैसा ही हमारा भविष्य तय होगा। साथियों, आज न्यू दिल्ली एआई इंपैक्ट समिट में मैं एआई के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है एम मोरल एंड एथिकल सिस्टम्स, यानी एआई एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। ए अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। एंड नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी, यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। ए एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी एआई मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। वी वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी एआई लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। भारत का ये मानव विजन 21वीं सदी की एआई आधारित दुनिया में मानवता के कल्याण की अहम कड़ी बनेगा। साथियों, दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब्स बनेगी। यही बात एआई में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। एआई का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा। मैं समझता हूं हमारे लिए फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये ह्यूमंस और इंटेलिजेंट सिस्टम्स के साथ मिलकर काम करने का युग है। वी आर एंटरिंग एन एरा where humans and intelligent systems co-create, co-work and co-evolve. एआई हमारे काम को और अधिक स्मार्ट, एफिशिएंट और इंपैक्टफुल बनाएगा। हम बेहतर डिजाइन करेंगे, तेज बिल्ड करेंगे और बेहतर डिसीजन ले सकेंगे। इससे और ज्यादा लोगों को हायर वैल्यू, क्रिएटिव और मीनिंगफुल रोल्स भी मिलेंगे। ये इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और न्यू इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए बड़ा मौका है। इसलिए हमें स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग और लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग को मास मूवमेंट बनाना होगा। साथियों, फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क इंक्लूसिव, ट्रस्टेड और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक होगा। अगर हम मिलकर आगे बढ़ें तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पूरी मानवता की क्षमता को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगी। साथियों, कहा जाता है सनलाइट इज द बेस्ट डिसइंफेक्टेड, यानी पारदर्शिता ही सबसे बड़ी सुरक्षा है। कुछ देश और कंपनियां मानती है कि एआई एक स्ट्रैटेजिक एसेट है, इसलिए इसे कॉन्फिडेंशियल तरीके से डेवलप किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन भारत की सोच अलग है। हम मानते हैं कि एआई जैसी तकनीक तभी दुनिया के लिए लाभकारी होगी जब उसे शेयर किया जाएगा, जब कोड ओपन होंगे और शेयर किए जाएंगे, तभी हमारे मिलियंस ऑफ यंग माइंड्स उन्हें बेहतर और सुरक्षित बना पाएंगे। इसलिए आइए कि एआई को ग्लोबल कॉमन गुड के रूप में विकसित किया जाएगा। साथियों, आज की एक बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने की भी है। डीप फेक्स और फैब्रिकेटेड कंटेंट ओपन सोसाइटीज में अस्थिरता ला रहे हैं। फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में हम फूड पर न्यूट्रिशन लेबल्स देखते हैं ताकि हमें पता हो कि हम क्या खा रहे हैं। ठीक उसी तरह डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में कंटेंट पर भी ऑथेंटिसिटी लेबल्स होने चाहिए ताकि लोगों को पता हो कि क्या असली है और क्या एआई से बनाया गया है। जैसे जैसे एआई ज्यादा टेक्स्ट, इमेजेस और वीडियोज बना रहा है, वैसे वैसे इंडस्ट्री में वाटरमार्किंग और क्लियर सोर्स स्टैंडर्ड्स की जरूरत बढ़ती जा रही है। इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि ये विश्वास टेक्नोलॉजी में शुरू से बिल्ट इन हो। साथियों, हमें चिल्ड्रन सेफ्टी के प्रति और अधिक सजग होना होगा। जैसे स्कूल का सिलेबस क्यूरेटेड होता है, वैसे ही एआई स्पेस भी चाइल्ड सेफ और फैमिली गाइडेड होना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, आज दुनिया में दो तरह के लोग हैं। एक, जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, वो हमेशा वैसी बात करते हैं। ऐसे लोग जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, और दूसरे वो जिन्हें एआई में भाग्य दिखता है। और साथियों, मैं जिम्मेवारी के साथ कहता हूं, गर्व के साथ कहता हूं, हमें भय नहीं, भारत को एआई में भाग्य दिखता है, भारत को एआई में भविष्य दिखता है। हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, एनर्जी कैपेसिटी भी है और पॉलिसी क्लैरिटी भी है। और मुझे आपको ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि इस समिट में 3 भारतीय कंपनियों ने अपने एआई मॉडल्स और एप्स लॉन्च किए हैं। ये मॉडल्स हमारे यूथ के टैलेंट को दिखाते हैं और भारत जो सॉल्यूशंस दे रहा है उसकी डेप्थ और डाइवर्सिटी का भी प्रतिबिंब है। साथियों, भारत सेमीकंडक्टर और चिप मेकिंग से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक एक रिजिलियंट इकोसिस्टम बना रहा है। सिक्योर डेटा सेंटर्स, मजबूत आईटी बैकबोन, डायनेमिक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत को एफोर्डेबल, स्केलेबल और सिक्योर एआई सॉल्यूशंस का नेचुरल हब बनाते हैं। भारत के पास डाइवर्सिटी भी है, डेमोग्राफी भी है और डेमोक्रेसी भी है। जो एआई मॉडल भारत में सक्सीड करता है वो ग्लोबली डिप्लॉय हो सकता है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूं, डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया, डिलीवर टू द वर्ल्ड, डिलीवर टू ह्यूमैनिटी। एक बार फिर आप सभी को
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
And leave no one behind. And reflecting his vision, the address of the Honorable Prime Minister was presented in sign language live through artificial intelligence, marking a significant step towards accessibility and inclusivity. Guided by the 3 pillars of people, planet, and progress, from the timeless principle of Sarvajan Hitai, Sarvajan Sukhai, to the vision of sovereign AI and AI sovereignty, India's approach is impact-oriented and people-centric. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, including His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, and to all the global leaders, speakers, and delegates for their august presence. Thank you all for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. From India's perspective, India's development journey in AI is focused on development of AI for the global south, from limited ownership of AI to inclusive participation. That's India's approach to AI. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence has reaffirmed our
तो आपने संबोधन सुना यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, और इस संबोधन की जो बड़ी बातें थी वो आपके साथ हम यहाँ साझा कर रहे हैं। खासतौर से प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी वाला देश है, और इसका देखिए किस तरीके से हम आने वाले समय
this clarion call to
Namaskar. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable President Macron, President Pamelin, respected heads of states and heads of government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, friends from the industry, media, and dear students. A very warm welcome to India. Welcome to the first AI summit in the global south. And of course, the biggest AI summit so far. We have participation from 118 countries. Thank you all for making this summit a grand success. Friends, AI is a foundational technology. It is already transforming how we work, learn, and make decisions. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji believes that the true value of technology lies in ensuring that its benefits reach the masses. Our Prime Minister's vision is to democratize technology, deploy it at scale, make it accessible to all. That's why in our country, in India, we are working on all the 5 layers of the AI stack. The first layer is the application layer. We sincerely believe that ROI will come from this layer. And this is where the real benefit will flow to the masses in line with our Prime Minister's vision. That is why we are building real world solutions in healthcare, agriculture, education, logistics, design, financial services, every sector wherever the benefits can reach the masses. The second layer is the model layer, and that's where the sovereignty comes in. While we understand that very large models will continue to push the frontier, we also understand and believe that more than 90% of the use cases can be addressed with smaller focused models. These specialized models will deliver greater value to our masses by addressing specific use cases at much lower cost per token as well as overall cost of access. Our bouquet of sovereign models, many of which have been launched during this summit, they are all focused on.
We must pursue it boldly, approach it responsibly, and work through this defining moment together. Why bold? Because AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. For 50 years, predicting protein structures was a grand challenge and a blind spot that stalled drug discovery. Demis Hassabis and his team at Google DeepMind asked an audacious question: how could we use AI to solve this? That question led to AlphaFold. This breakthrough didn't just win a Nobel Prize, it compressed decades of research into a database that is now 90 countries are using it to develop malaria vaccines, fight antibiotic resistance, and much more. And we are asking similarly bold questions across the scientific stack, from cataloging DNA disease markers to building AI agents that act as true partners in the scientific method. We must be equally bold in tackling problems in regions that have lacked access to technology. Take El Salvador, where Google has partnered with the government to bring affordable AI-powered diagnosis and treatment to thousands who could never afford to see a doctor. Or in India, where our work together is helping farmers protect their livelihoods in the face of monsoons. Last summer, for the first time, the Indian government sent AI-powered forecasts to millions of farmers, possible in part because of our neural GCM model. I see language inclusion as another exciting ambition. In Ghana, we are collaborating with universities and NGOs to expand research and open source tools across more than 20 African languages. We need this bold thinking in more places to tackle more problems across health, education, economic opportunity, and more. Technology brings incredible benefits, but we must ensure everyone has access to them. We cannot allow the digital divide to become an AI divide. That means investing in compute infrastructure and connectivity. I mentioned our Vizag investment, and we have others in Thailand, Malaysia, and more. We're also building a vast network of subsea fiber optic cables, including 4 new systems between the US and India, as part of our America-India Connect initiative announced yesterday. Responsibility also means navigating profound economic shifts. AI will undeniably reshape the workforce, automating some roles, evolving others, and creating entirely new careers. 20 years ago, the concept of a professional YouTube creator didn't exist. Today, there are millions around the world. Training is a professional certificate will help people master AI in their jobs available globally. Finally, trust is the bedrock of adoption. We have created tools like SynthID used by journalists and citizen fact checkers globally to help verify the authenticity of the content you read and see. But no matter how bold we are or how responsible, we won't realize AI's full benefits unless we work together. Governments have a vital role that includes as regulators, setting important rules of the road and addressing key risks. And importantly, also as innovators, bringing AI to public services that improve lives and accelerating adoption of these technologies for people and businesses. There are glimmers of this from around the globe, from the Ugandan government using AI and satellite imagery to locate priority areas for electrification, to getting potholes fixed for residents more efficiently in Memphis, Tennessee, by using AI scans of road surfaces from buses. Tech companies must also step up, building products that boost knowledge, creativity, and productivity to help people achieve their dreams. And we also need companies of all sizes thinking about this, harnessing AI to innovate and transform their businesses and sectors, and to skill up and empower workers. We have the opportunity to improve lives at a once-in-a-generation scale. I know we have the capability to do this, and looking at the leaders here today, I believe we also have the will. Now we must do the work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar Pichai, for that warm and insightful address. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to present his address. A global leader championing peace, cooperation, and sustainable progress. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Prime Minister Modi, thank you for your kind invitation And congratulations for India's leadership organizing the first AI summit in the Global South. Meeting in India has special meaning. It brings this conversation closer to the realities shaping much of the world. Because the future of AI cannot be decided by a handful of countries or left to the whims of a few billionaires. Last year, the UN General Assembly took two decisive steps. First, creating an independent international scientific panel on AI. And I'm happy to announce that the panel has now been appointed. These 40 leading experts from across regions and disciplines embody a clear message. AI must belong to everyone. We must replace hype and fear with shared evidence and close knowledge gaps. I urge member states, industry and civil society to contribute to the panel's work. Second, launching a global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations, where all countries, together with the private sector, the academia, and the civil society, can have a voice. We need guardrails that preserve human agency, human oversight, and human accountability. And the first session of the dialogue in Geneva in July will give every country and every stakeholder a voice to align efforts, uphold human rights, and prevent misuse, and to advance our common safety measures, the foundation of interoperability. That builds trust across borders for regulators and businesses, and trust and turns compatibility into opportunity. Your discussions here will culminate in the global dialogue. But without investment, many countries will be locked out of the AI age. AI must be accessible to everyone. That is why, encouraged by the General Assembly of the United Nations, I'm calling for a global fund on AI to build basic capacity in developing countries. Skills, data, affordable computing power, and inclusive ecosystems. Our target is $3 billion. That is less than 1% of the annual revenue of a single tech company. A small price for AI diffusion that benefits all, include businesses building AI. I'm pleased that member states have responded to my call to form a global network for exchange and cooperation on AI capacity building in developing world. AI must benefit everyone. Done right, AI can advance sustainable development goals, accelerate breakthroughs in medicine, expand learning opportunities, strengthen food security, bolster climate action and disaster preparedness, and improve access to vital public services. But it can also deepen inequality, amplify bias, and fuel harm. As AI's energy and water demands soar, data centers and supply chains must switch to clean power and shift costs to vulnerable communities. We must invest in workers so AI augments human potential, not only replaces it. And AI must be safe for everyone. We must protect people from exploitation, manipulation, and abuse. No child should be a test subject for unregulated AI. Excellencies, the message of this summit is simple. Real impact means technology that improves lives and protects the planet. So let's build AI for everyone with dignity as the default setting. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for your gracious address. Distinguished guests, it is my profound honor now to invite Honorable President of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, to address the august gathering. Let's extend a warm and respectful welcome to His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Narendra Modi, Head of State and Government, Ministers, Ambassadors, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Thank you very much for welcoming us in this magnificent city, in this magnificent country. And it's great to be back after my 2024 state visit for this Artificial Intelligence Impact Summit hosted by you, Mr. Prime Minister. And I want to start with a story. 10 years ago, a street vendor in Mumbai could not open a bank account. No address, no papers, no access. And today, the same vendor accepts payments on his phone, instantly. Instantly, for free, from anyone in the country. That is not just a tech story. That is a civilization story. And India built something that no other country in the world has built. A digital identity for 1.4 billion people. A payment system that now processes 20 billion transactions every month. A health infrastructure that has issued 500 million digital health IDs. Here are the results. They call it the India Stack, open, interoperable, sovereign. That, dear friends, is what this summit is about. We are clearly at the beginning of a huge acceleration, and you perfectly described it during your interventions. But let me just recap during 1 year what happened. Last year, when France and India co-hosted the AI Action Summit in Paris, we set a global guiding principle for technologies that will transform our societies and our economies. We said then artificial intelligence will be an enabler for our humanity to innovate faster, to disrupt healthcare, energy, mobility, agriculture, public services for the good of mankind. Both of us, we do believe in this revolution. 1 year ago, the landscape started to shift. The US announced Stargate. China launched DeepSeek. AI has become a major field of strategic competition, and big tech got even bigger. And a lot of them are in this room and still accelerated during the last year. AI, GPU, chip tensions are now directly translated in geopolitical and macroeconomic terms. Sometimes for the best, sometimes for the worst, I have to say. But clearly 1 year ago, we demonstrated something else. Hegemony from any quarter is not a fatality. There is a path for innovation, independence, and strategic autonomy. And this path, I'm convinced, is one of the countries like France and India must take together. And we've already achieved a lot. If we speak about models, you perfectly described the acceleration and the diversity of this model. India made a deliberate sovereign choice. SML, small language models. Task-specific, designed to run on a smartphone. And India built the first government-funded AI and deployed 38,000 GPUs at the cheapest rates to every startup in the country, as you perfectly described, Mr. Minister. We took a complementary path. We invested in European large language models, Mistral, founded in Paris a little bit more than 2 years ago, is now valued at 12 billion euro, backed by Dutch leader SML, German SAP, and French CMS AGM, serving over 100 of major clients all over the place in Europe and elsewhere. They announced last week a new investment in data center in Sweden and a new acquisition of Koyeb, building an actual European AI cloud. India chose granular and smart, and Europe chose sovereign and scaled. But both chose independence, and both were right. And this is as well the cooperation with LLMs coming from the US, and through cooperation, but cooperation based on mutual respect and independence, which could pave the way for progress. After the model of the infrastructure, you just described all the infrastructure made by a lot of large companies in India and all of us who are building new infrastructure, computing capacity. 1 year ago in Paris, we announced $109 billion in AI investments, and we are delivering this project with a lot of data centers, 58 billion euro in 2025, powered by our decarbonated nuclear energy. With a great asset, and this is very important indeed, to have low carbon and available energy. Last year, France exported 90 terawatt-hour of low carbon energy and pilotable energy, which is a huge opportunity to build faster and bigger data center. At the European level, 200 billion euro have been committed with the arrival of the Alice Lecoq exascale supercomputer, key component of our AI factory ambition shared with Netherlands and Greece, and we share the computer with them. Models, infrastructures, talents. India trains hundreds of thousands of AI engineers every year. With 500,000 engineers, India has the second largest developer community in the world. In France, we are doubling the number of AI scientists and engineers trained, and we've now more than 1,100 AI startups thriving in France, creating dozens, thousands of jobs. Harmattan AI partnering with Dassault, Gradium for voice AI, Poolside, Ash, Hugging Face. I could quote the stories of these unicorns and large caps, and this is clearly one of our strengths. In quantum computing, the next frontier, France is not placing one bet. We are placing four technologies. 4 French companies, Pascal, Pandela, Alice and Bob, Quobly, and one ambition, to make Europe a quantum power, which is also the ambition of AMI Labs, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, from our dear Yann Lequin for Frontier Research. The smartest AI is not the most expensive. It is the one built by the best people and for the right purpose. Models, infrastructure, talents, capital, and adoption. This is where the Indian model is truly revolutionary, providing solutions for everyone in the country. From 200 million of Indian farmers in their own dialect, to travel advice for 400 million of pilgrims, or AI diagnostics for rural clinics, all running on India's digital public infrastructure. Open rails, near zero costs, adoption is key, and being inclusive is key. In Europe, our AI factories optimize energy grids, transform logistics, reinvent healthcare administration, and we are proving you can build a competitive AI industry while protecting your citizens' data. And opposite to what some misinformed friends have been saying, Europe is not blindly focused on regulation. Europe is a space for innovation and investment, but it is a safe space. And safe spaces win in the long run. I'm sure of that. Now, the point of this summit was not only to say, let's do more. It was to say, let's do better together. AI may be a powerful accelerator of productivity and a major shift for labor markets. This is why access to AI for all is critical. France and India share a common vision, a sovereign AI used to protect our planet and to foster prosperity for all. In health, we launched the Indo-French Institute for AI in Health, a partnership between Sorbonne's Brain Institute and AIIMS Delhi, and the partnership between ASH and St. John's Research Institute in Bangalore will use AI to transform hospital administration as well. In language, we jointly launched Current AI for sustainable and sovereign AI access. And this year, we announced an open hardware tool for translation into Indian languages and dialects, because AI that doesn't understand dialects is not AI for all. And this is why we do endorse this initiative for diversity in language. In sustainability, our Coalition for Sustainable AI now has more than 200 supporters. Today, with India and UNESCO, we launch an international challenge for sustainable AI models. Last year in Paris, we called it action. This year in Delhi, we call it impact. But the real name is simpler: AI together. AI and digitalization will be a key theme for the months to come. And the key theme for the Africa Forward Summit we will host with Kenya in Nairobi in May. The continent, the African continent, with the youngest population that will double in 25 years, deserves the best digital tools. And at a time when tensions are rising, there is an increased sense of urgency to direct all our digital tools towards this inclusive approach. And in order, indeed, to be strong here in India, but to be strong as well on the African continent. And let's focus all together towards bridging rather than dividing, creating rather than destroying, sharing rather than taking. France intends to use its G7 presidency to foster that vision. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, that India will do the same through your BRICS presidency. No country is bound to serve only as a market where foreign companies sell their models and download their citizens' data. No country. One of our G7 priorities will be as well children's protection against AI and digital abuse. You just mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General. There is no reason our children should be exposed online to what is legally forbidden in the real world. Our platforms, governments and regulators should be working together to make internet and social media a safe space. This is why, in France, we are embarking on a process to ban social networks for children under 15 years old. And we are committed here in this journey with a lot of several European countries being present here today. Greece, Spain. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you will join this club. And this is a great news that India will join such an approach in order to protect children and teenagers. And we stand ready to take all necessary actions to ensure that our young citizens are truly safe, and wish to engage with all willing partners to make this vision happen for all. And this is a new coalition of willings in order to protect our children and teenagers. Protecting our children is not regulation as well. It is civilization. To conclude, the message I have come to convey is that we are determined to continue to shape the rules of the game. And to do with our allies, such as India, because we believe in core shared values: science, rule of law, global balance, efficient multilateralism, innovation for the benefit of all. Now is the time to channel our forces toward what works. Concrete action and solutions that make AI more sustainable, efficient, and accessible. Targeted funding to leverage talents and creativity. Appropriate rules to prevent abuse and protect all our citizens. Strong partnerships that help build new AI solutions, more safe and more sustainable. I want to thank all the governments and business leaders present in this room and engaged in this journey. I know your goodwill and your commitment in order to deliver these concrete results. We do believe in innovation, but we do believe in a better place, in a better world as well. And I don't believe one second it's incompatible. And let me say one more thing about partnerships, because this is not a two-player game. Last week, India and the UAE announced a joint AI partnership, a supercomputing cluster, shared data centers and innovation corridor. And India brings the engineers and the frugal models, and the Gulf brings the capital and the infrastructure. And together, they build faster than either could alone. France knows this equation well. With UAE, we engage in they committed billions of euros for innovation and data centers in our country, and this partnership creates more value together. This is not dependency. This is intelligent convergence between governments, with companies, large caps, startups, and this is clearly this intelligent convergence which can provide results. The old world said you compete or you lose. The new world says you connect or you fall behind. And I started with a story about a street vendor in Mumbai. 10 years ago, the world told India that 1.4 billion people could not be brought into the digital economy. India proved them wrong. Today, some say AI is a game only the biggest can play. That you need $400 billion to be in the race. That nothing can exist between the two blocks. India, France, Europe, together with our partners, those who believe in our approach, companies, governments, investors, might have a different way. The money race is important and we cannot discount it. But the outcomes and the real value creation for our population is even more. The future of AI will be built by those who combine innovation and responsibility, technology with humanity. And India and France will help to shape this future together. And the journey has just begun. Jai Ho. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, for your visionary address and for strengthening the spirit of international cooperation in shaping the AI-powered future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, to announce the New Delhi Frontier AI commitments.
Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished global leaders, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, and young friends. Today, it gives me great pleasure to announce a significant outcome of the India AI Impact Summit, the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments. Today, leading frontier AI companies, along with India's own innovators, such as Sarvam, BharatGen, Gyani, and Socket, have come together to make a set of voluntary commitments that reflect a shared vision for inclusive and responsible AI. Can we have the commitments displayed? Yes. These are two significant commitments. First, advancing understanding of real-world AI usage through anonymized and aggregated insights to support evidence-based policy making on jobs, skills, and economic transformation. The second is strengthening multilingual and contextual evaluations of AI systems to ensure that AI works effectively across languages, cultures, and real-world use cases, especially in the global south. Together, these efforts mark an important step towards shaping AI that is not only powerful, but also inclusive, development-oriented, and globally relevant. This initiative positions India at the forefront of building a global South-led perspective on AI governance, one that balances innovation with equity and real-world impact. I now invite the distinguished leaders of these organizations to kindly join us on the stage for this announcement. Sundar, Sam, Dario, Brad, Alexander, Joel, David, Andrew, Pratyush, Ganesh, Abhishek, and Bharat. Guys. I now invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to join the leaders in this major commitment out of the AI Impact Summit. Thank you, tech leaders. Friends, the leader who made this, who gave this vision to the world, I now invite Honorable Prime Minister for your inaugural address. Give a big round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, delegates, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्ते। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और ऐतिहासिक एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। ये समिट जिस भारत में हो रही है वो भारत 1/6 ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी का देश है, सबसे बड़े टेक टैलेंट पूल का केंद्र है, सबसे बड़े टेक एनेबल्ड इकोसिस्टम का उदाहरण है। भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाता भी है और उसे अभूतपूर्व तेजी से अपनाता भी है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति उत्सुक 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से मैं आप सभी हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के लीडर्स और इनोवेटर्स का इस समिट में स्वागत करता हूं, आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस समिट का भारत में होना भारत के साथ ही पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए गर्व का विषय है। इस समिट में एआई जगत के हुज हू यहां पर मौजूद है। दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, दुनिया के कोने कोने से यहां आए महानुभाव इसकी सफलता को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा रहे हैं। इसमें यंग जनरेशन की जो उपस्थिति हमने देखी है वो एक नया विश्वास पैदा करती है। आमतौर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कुछ लोगों में शुरुआती में संदेह होता है, लेकिन जिस तेजी और भरोसे के साथ दुनिया की युवा पीढ़ी एआई को स्वीकार कर रही है, उसकी ओनरशिप ले रही है, एआई का इस्तेमाल कर रही है, वो अभूतपूर्व है। यहां एआई समिट की एग्जीबिशन को लेकर भी बहुत उत्साह रहा है। खासकर यंग टैलेंट बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आया है। एग्रीकल्चर, सिक्योरिटी, दिव्यांगजनों की मदद, मल्टीलिंगुअल पॉपुलेशन की तमाम जरूरतों से जुड़े जो भी सॉल्यूशंस यहां प्रेजेंट किए गए हैं वो इस फील्ड में मेड इन इंडिया की ताकत और भारत की इनोवेटिव कैपेबिलिटीज का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, मानव इतिहास में हर कुछ शताब्दियों के बाद एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है और वो टर्निंग पॉइंट सभ्यता की दिशा रीसेट करता है और वहीं से और दिलचस्प बात यह है, जब हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के उस दौर में होते हैं तब उसके वास्तविक इंपैक्ट का अंदाजा भी नहीं होता। जब पत्थरों से पहली बार स्पार्क निकला, किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि वही चिंगारी सिविलाइजेशनल की फाउंडेशन बनेगी। जब बोली को पहली बार लिपि में बदला गया, किसी ने नहीं जाना था कि रिटन नॉलेज फ्यूचर सिस्टम की बैकबोन बनेगी। जब पहली बार सिग्नल्स को वायरलेस ट्रांसमिट किया गया, किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि एक दिन पूरी दुनिया रियल टाइम में कनेक्ट होगी। साथियों, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मानव इतिहास का ऐसा ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, जो प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो इसके इंपैक्ट का सिर्फ प्रारंभिक संकेत है। एआई मशीनों को इंटेलिजेंट बना रही है, लेकिन उससे भी अधिक मानव सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा रही है। अंतर सिर्फ एक है, इस बार स्पीड भी अभूतपूर्व है और स्केल भी अप्रत्याशित है। पहले टेक्नोलॉजी का इंपैक्ट दिखने में दशकों लगते थे, आज मशीन लर्निंग से लर्निंग मशीन तक का सफर तेज भी है, गहरा भी है, व्यापक भी है। इसलिए विजन भी बड़ा रखना है और जिम्मेदारी भी उतनी ही बड़ी निभानी है। वर्तमान पीढ़ी के साथ ही हमें इस बात की भी चिंता करनी है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हाथों में हम एआई का क्या स्वरूप सौंप कर जाएंगे। इसलिए आज असली प्रश्न यह नहीं कि भविष्य में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर सकती है। प्रश्न ये है कि वर्तमान में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ क्या करते हैं। ऐसे प्रश्न मानवता के सामने पहले भी आए हैं। सबसे सशक्त उदाहरण है न्यूक्लियर पावर। हमने उसका डिस्ट्रक्शन भी देखा है और सकारात्मक कंट्रीब्यूशन भी देखा है। एआई भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पावर है। दिशाहीन हुई तो डिसरप्शन, सही दिशा मिली तो सॉल्यूशन। एआई को मशीन सेंट्रिक से ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक कैसे बनाएं, संवेदनशील और उत्तरदायी कैसे बनाएं, यही इस ग्लोबल एआई इंपैक्ट समिट का मूल उद्देश्य है। साथियों, भारत एआई को किस दृष्टि से देखता है, उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिबिंब इस समिट की थीम में है। सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, वेलफेयर फॉर ऑल, हैप्पीनेस ऑफ ऑल। यही हमारा बेंचमार्क है। एआई के लिए इंसान सिर्फ डेटा पॉइंट न बन जाए, इंसान सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल तक सीमित न रह जाए। इसलिए एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना होगा, इसे इंक्लूजन और एम्पावरमेंट का माध्यम बनाना होगा, और विशेष रूप से ग्लोबल साउथ में। साथियों, हमें एआई को ओपन स्काई भी देना है और कमांड भी अपने हाथ में रखना है। जैसे जीपीएस होता है, जीपीएस हमें रास्ता सुझाता है, लेकिन हमें किस डायरेक्शन में जाना है इसकी फाइनल कॉल हमारी ही होती है। आज हम एआई को जिस दिशा में लेकर जाएंगे वैसा ही हमारा भविष्य तय होगा। साथियों, आज न्यू दिल्ली एआई इंपैक्ट समिट में मैं एआई के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है M मोरल एंड एथिकल सिस्टम्स, यानी एआई एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। A अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। N नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी, यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। A एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी एआई मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। V वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी एआई लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। भारत का ये मानव विजन 21वीं सदी की एआई आधारित दुनिया में मानवता के कल्याण की अहम कड़ी बनेगा। साथियों, दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब बनेगी। यही बात एआई में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। एआई का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा। मैं समझता हूं हमारे लिए फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये ह्यूमंस और इंटेलिजेंट सिस्टम्स के साथ मिलकर काम करने का युग है। वी आर एंटरिंग एन एरा where humans and intelligent systems co-create, co-work, and co-evolve.
Home connectivity. With equal humility, I would like to announce that Geo will play an even bigger role in India's AI transformation. Today, on behalf of the Reliance Group and Geo Intelligence, I want to make 3 announcements. Announcement 1. Geo connected India to the internet era. Geo will now connect India to the intelligence era. We will deliver intelligence to every citizen, every sector of the economy, and every facet of social development and every service of government. Geo will do so with the same reliability, quality, scale, and extreme affordability that transformed connectivity. India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did the cost of data. Announcement 2. Geo, together with Reliance, will invest 10 lakh crores over the next 7 years, starting this year. This is not speculative investment. It is not for chasing valuation. This is patient, disciplined, nation-building capital designed to create durable economic value and strategic resilience for decades to come. Distinguished participants, the biggest constraint in AI today is not talent or imagination. It is scarcity and high cost of compute. Therefore, here is my third announcement. Geointelligence will build India's sovereign compute infrastructure through 3 bold initiatives. 1, gigawatt scale data centers. We already started construction on multi-gigawatt AI-ready data centers at Jamnagar. Over 120 megawatts will come online in the second half of 2026 this year, and a clear path to gigawatt scale compute for training and large scale inference. 2, our green energy advantage. We have an in-house energy advantage with up to 10 gigawatts of ready green power, surplus anchored by solar in both Kutch and Andhra Pradesh. 3, a nationwide edge compute. An edge compute layer deeply integrated with Geo's network will make intelligence responsive, low latency, and affordable, close to where Indians live, learn, and work. From Kirana stores to clinics, from classrooms to farms, intelligence will live at the edge. Our resolve is clear. Make intelligence as ubiquitous as connectivity. When compute becomes infrastructure, innovation will become inevitable. Friends, geointelligence is guided by 5 non-negotiable principles. First, AI for India's deep tech and advanced manufacturing leadership, reaching not just large enterprises, but agriculture, small businesses, and the informal sector. Geointelligence will not simply be a search or an ask tool. It will primarily be a resource for multiplying productivity and efficiency. Second, world-leading multilingual AI capability across all Indian languages. When farmers and artisans speak to AI in their own words and students learn in their own mother tongue, this is not convenience, this is inclusion. जियो AI भारत की भाषा में बोलेगा, भारत की संस्कृति में फूलेगा और भारत की मिट्टी में फलेगा. Third, responsibility, security, data residency, and trust as Geo's core guarantees, not afterthought. Fourth, we will prove that AI does not take away jobs. Rather, it will create new high-skill work opportunities. And fifth, the AI story has shifted from who has the best model to who can build the strongest ecosystem for speed and scale of usage. Therefore, we will build deep partnership ecosystem with Indian enterprises, startups, IIT, IISC, and research institutions. We will work shoulder to shoulder with India's leading industrial groups to embed AI across manufacturing, logistics, energy, finance, retail, agriculture, and healthcare. We will empower startups with affordable compute and co-development platforms. We will aspire to produce global breakthroughs in compute architecture, foundation models, and energy efficiency, designed in India, rooted in our values, powered by our talent, and scaled for humanity. And we will partner with the very best tech companies in the world, not as importers of intelligence, but as co-architects of a new AI century. Dear friends, I believe that social relevance, not momentary craze, should drive AI growth in India. Geo has already started AI applications for the most pressing challenges in inclusive development. In education, we have Geo Shikshak, an adaptive AI teaching assistant in 22 languages. When 250 million school children and 50 million students in higher education are empowered by AI, teachers, no power on earth can match India's talent wealth. In healthcare, Geo Arogya AI delivering first medical guidance in under 5 minutes in local languages on any phone. In agriculture, Geokrishi, converting satellite imagery and precision weather into simple voice-first advice to 140 million farmers to help improve their income. In everyday life, Geo Bharat IQ, a voice-first AI companion helping Indians learn, earn, and access government services at Bharat scale. From wearables to fully connected homes, Geo Frames, an AI glass device, and next generation AI devices will make intelligence truly ambient, as effortless and as natural as human conversations. Through Geo Hotstar, AI will multiply Indian creativity with multilingual storytelling. We will popularize India's rich cultural heritage with futuristic technology, enhancing India's soft power globally. Friends, this inaugural Global AI Impact Summit in India has received a massive response. What does that show? It shows that AI is now becoming a people's movement worldwide. The success of this movement hinges critically on global cooperation and not polarization. Be it chips or rare earths, AI works its magic through sharing, not hoarding, through collaborations, not conflicts. The unique strength of India is that India serves as the vital bridge connecting the global south and the global north. After all, south or north, east or west, all of us have only one earth, one family, and one future. Today, at this summit, let us all pledge to transform
this noble aspiration into reality using the most powerful gift of the human mind, AI.
Let us combine intelligence with empathy and let us build a better future for all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani, for your strong belief in India's capabilities and also for being at the forefront of India's AI revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Ambani. And now I would like to invite Sir Damis Hassabis. He is the founder and CEO of Google DeepMind, the co-founder of Google DeepMind, and well, he is also the Nobel laureate, a chess prodigy, neuroscientist, and game designer before he became one of the world's leading artificial intelligence researchers. Sir Demis Hassabis brings an almost uniquely cross-disciplinary mind to the challenge of building artificial general intelligence. DeepMind's AlphaFold solved a 50-year-old problem in biology, and he's, well, just getting started. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Google DeepMind, Sir Hassabis.
Thank you. It's a huge honor to be here today with so many of my esteemed colleagues from industry, academia, and government. And congratulations to Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government on convening such an impressive summit at this very pivotal moment for AI. It's fantastic to see how the summit has evolved over the years, with the first meeting convened by Prime Minister Sunak at Bletchley Park in the UK. It's become an incredibly important convening point for international dialogue and hopefully cooperation in the future over the future of AI. When we started DeepMind in 2010, almost nobody was working on AI in industry. It was just a dream. And it's been incredible to see how in the last 15 years, where we've come from the beginnings, those humble beginnings, to now where we are today, where the whole world is talking about AI. The reason I've spent my whole career working on AI is I always believed it would be one of the most important and beneficial technologies ever invented. And for me, my passion is to advance scientific discovery. And I always felt that AI would be the ultimate tool for accelerating scientific discovery and being a force multiplier for human ingenuity. From a very young age, I've been obsessed with the great questions of science, the nature of reality, the nature of consciousness, these deep mysteries that are in the universe. And I think AI can help us find answers to these questions that we've pondered over for thousands of years. We're already starting to see the beginnings of this with systems like AlphaFold that we built to solve the 50-year grand challenge of protein folding. And we hope that this will just be the first example of amazing advances in science and medicine that have been enabled by AI. And we and others are working on many other branches of science now to bring AI tools to help advance material science, fusion, physics, and mathematics. In fact, almost every branch of science and medicine can be impacted by AI. And now in 2026, we're another threshold moment where AGI, artificial general intelligence, is on the horizon, maybe within the next 5 years. And we're seeing these general purpose systems, foundational model systems, becoming increasingly capable almost week by week. So this is obviously an amazing opportunity that we should all grasp, economic and productivity, as well as in the sciences. But it's also something that we have to approach with humility and understanding that we don't have all the answers yet as to how this technology is going to develop and to be deployed into the world. I've been really impressed with what I've seen in India. I spent some time prior to the summit in Bangalore. We have a really big office there, Google and DeepMind, a great research office where we do some really critical research that we then bring to our products and our technologies around the world in areas like efficient models, continual learning, and multilingual capabilities. I also had time to give a talk at the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore, and I was incredibly impressed by the students and the faculty there, their enthusiasm and their energy for AI, and their ideas for how to use AI to improve India standing in the world, and to also seize all the new economic opportunities and scientific opportunities that AI opens up. It was incredibly impressive to see the energy around the country. And I think that India will indeed be a powerhouse for AI across the globe. We have many partnerships. Sundar, you heard Sundar announce many Google partnerships that we have with India. I'm especially proud of our deep partnership with Mr. Ambani and the Reliance Jio group to bring intelligence to everyone in India with our Gemini foundation models in partnership with Reliance. So we hope to build on that in the next few years. So if I was to try and quantify what's coming down the line with the advent of AGI, I think it's going to be one of the most momentous periods in human history, probably something more like the advent of fire or electricity. One way maybe we can quantify that is, I think it's going to be something like 10 times the impact of the Industrial Revolution, but happening at 10 times the speed, probably unfolding in a matter of a decade rather than a century. So really, this is an enormous amount of change is going to come, and it's still to be written how we can make that beneficial for the whole world. And I think the main way we should try to do this is by taking a scientific approach, using the scientific method to understand what the capabilities of these systems are, to build good guardrails and monitoring systems, to understand more deeply what these systems are capable of and how we can make sure that they serve the purposes that we want. And then, of course, simultaneously, we also have to be bold to grasp these new opportunities to advance science and medicine and to improve human health and the human condition that society and the globe badly needs. So I think we've got to try and navigate this moment very carefully, very thoughtfully. And if we do so, I'm very optimistic that we'll usher in a great new era. But of course, this can't just be left to technologists. And that's why summits like this are really important, to bring together all parts of society, the technologists that are building it, the scientists that are building it, governments and how to deploy it for the best use of their citizens, but also artists, social scientists, and philosophers. We need to bring all of these debates into the tent to understand how we should navigate this next period in human history. And I think summits like this, international summits like this, are critical to encourage this kind of international dialogue and cooperation. And if we get this right, these next steps right,
I think we can usher in a new golden era of scientific discovery and improve the lives and health of everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Hassabis, for your very profound and illuminating address. We really thank you. Sincere gratitude to your address. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to invite Mr. Vishal Sikka. He's the founder and CEO of VNI. As CEO of Infosys, Vishal Sikka had led one of the most ambitious transformations in Indian IT history before leaving to build VNI, a company focused on human-centered artificial intelligence. He is a computer scientist by training, a philosopher by temperament. He is one of the most original thinkers of the intersection of AI and enterprise. Please welcome the founder and CEO of VNI, Mr. Vishal Sikka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Wow, wonderful introduction, and what an amazing event. I want to share 3 points from a long time that I have spent in AI. My first point is that what we see today in the world of AI, people who know what they are doing with AI are astonishingly effective with AI. Recently, a friend of mine, he and I were students together at Stanford. He has a large service that he runs, open public service. That service was built by 15 people, very world-class engineers, over 9 months. recently he rebuilt that service entirely by himself in 14 days using one of the generative AI coding tools. So if you are counting, that is about a more than 250 times improvement in productivity. Now he's a genius and not everyone gets a 250 times productivity gain, but you will see that people who understand how to use AI are astonishingly effective with it. And I had a similar experience recently with a customer of mine who is a distributor of home goods, and one of their main suppliers shut down their factories in one of their countries. And they did analysis using our product, all kinds of simulation scenarios. And over a few days, they reached the decision that they need to exit that country entirely. I asked him, such a monumental decision to get out of an entire country, how long would that have taken you before? And he said easily it would have taken a year. And it would have involved heavy duty consultants and things like that. So we now have instant access to knowledge in any language, a condensation of things that we can present in any way. It is an incredible power. And yes, it is deeply disruptive to the ways that we have worked before, the way that we have done things in the past. But at the same time, and even more importantly, we can do unprecedented things with this, things that we could never do before. So this astonishing effectiveness, and Joshua referred to this as a jagged frontier, it is not uniform. Not everyone sees this. So that's my second point. Being effective with AI requires not only a knowledge of AI itself, but understanding its limitations and how to overcome those limitations. There is a huge gap between LLMs and the business users inside enterprises especially, and how to bring value to those users. And overcoming that gap is where a lot of value creating opportunity is. Bridging that gap requires delivering correct systems, trusted, verifiable, reliable systems that deliver value to people. My own company works in this area, a layer that sits above the language models and delivers value to business users while ensuring correctness and things like that. When we overcome that gap, we can deliver massive value. Mukesh Bhai talked about it just now. We can transform every existing system, legacy systems, enormous complexities inside enterprises can be removed, industries can be transformed. We can give end users wings. We can amplify them to deliver things that were not possible to do before, or in the best case, it required professionals to do this. Doing that also requires not just overcoming the limitations of AI, but also imagination to see what is not there, to see what is possible. India has all of this in great abundance. The Honorable Prime Minister has called for 1 billion entrepreneurs, people who can overcome these and deliver value using AI. And I think this is exactly what the world needs and what India has the potential for. My third point is that we not only have to master today's AI, but we have to leapfrog it. AI today has enormous limitations. I have worked in AI for the last 38 years. One of our scriptures is Bhaj Govindam. It was written by the Shankaracharya, and it has a beautiful line. Samprapte sannihite kale nahi nahi rakshati dukrin karane. What it means is that when you are faced with a life or death situation, the knowledge of a book does not help you. Knowledge without wisdom does not save us. That wisdom comes from living, from doing, from being in the world. AI today has plenty of limitations. Joshua mentioned hallucinations. That's one of the main issues blocking the use of AI in enterprises. But beyond hallucinations, understanding the world, understanding physical activities, the physical movement, this is one of the next frontiers. Safety of AI, and the Honorable Prime Minister talked about this today, is an existential issue. Swarms of agents can be made to do completely reckless things, and we don't yet have ways to understand or deal with this. And Joshua and Demis also talked about this. We have to solve this issue. We have to deliver AI that is safe. We have done this with nuclear power for the last 80 plus years. We can and we must do this with AI. Energy is another one of these issues. Where I live in California on Highway 101, just north of San Tomas, I drive by there every time I go to see my dad. There is a massive data center that is coming up. It's 720 megawatts. And this idea that I write a prompt and these gazillion GPUs blast into existence to produce a response, and then I make a tiny change to that prompt and then I do that again, it just seems like a completely absurd idea, especially to someone who has been around AI for such a long time. I have, thanks to the Ministry of IT, Honorable Ashwini Vaishnavji, I have a colleague who has been accompanying me throughout this conference, and he told me that yesterday he walked 32,000 steps. And I asked him, what did you eat? And he said, I ate 2 burgers. Shubham, if you're here, 2 burgers. You know, we normally eat 2,000 calories in a day. That's about a 100-watt light bulb, like less than one of these light bulbs. And out of that, our brain, our nervous system is maybe 15, 20 watts. That's like when your laptop is in sleep mode, it takes more power than that. So there are many zeros still to be removed from these models, and the models themselves have to be removed. So I think that there is a tremendous opportunity here. India is a country of the human potential. We have plenty of times before delivered the ability to billion plus Indians. Mukesh bhai talked about Jio, and Sunil talked about Airtel, and how now we have billion plus Indians who have data and connectivity. And when I was young, one of my earliest childhood memories is of worry in my parents' faces around food. They used to tell stories of how there was a shortage of food. And then the Green Revolution happened, and India is now one of the largest exporters of food in one generation. So I think that when you look at the time of intelligence, it is not only an opportunity to learn about this technology, to learn to master this technology, to understand its limitations, but to leapfrog that and to build the next generation of it. And as this summit so vividly demonstrates, we can be on our way to a human revolution powered by AI, by good AI, by purposeful AI, where every one of us, a billion entrepreneurs, is not just making a living, but is making a life. Not some artificial life or some artificial general life, but our own life and the life of others. And that would be so much fun to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sikka, for your profound and very interesting remarks. And of course, your work at VNI also exemplifies the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. And with this movement on the stage, you can make out that now we are heading into a fireside conversation. And well, this would be a remarkable conversation we're going to have with Mr. Nandan Nilekani, co-founder and chairman, Infosys, and Dario Amodei, founder of Anthropic. And before I invite our guests on the stage, let me say a few words about Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who is the architect of Aadhaar, the world's largest biometric identity system, and the intellectual godfather of India's digital public infrastructure movement. Nandan Nilekani has spent decades proving that technology built in the public interest can transform entire societies, and Aadhaar is a big example before the world. His thinking on artificial intelligence and open digital ecosystems is essential reading for anyone serious about this field. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would now invite Mr. Nandan Nilekani and Mr. Dario Amode for this conversation, which is being moderated by Mr. Rahul Mathan, partner Tri Legal. I invite all our three guests on the stage. Please welcome our guests on the stage. Thank you.
Dario, welcome, Dario. Great speech in the morning. You mentioned that we are in the end of or towards the end of the exponential. This is something that you spoke about in Machines of Loving Grace, that we would have a country of geniuses in a data center. And the models over the last, I guess, 2 months have been sort of giving us a sense that we're getting there. But in your podcast with Dwarkesh, you sort of walked that back a bit by saying, we may reach a country of geniuses in a data center, but the impact on society will take a long time. Can you explain what that means? Because we thought we'd do AGI and we would be finished and done with it.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Rahul. I would say there is this duality between the fundamental capabilities of the technology and the time that it takes for those capabilities to diffuse into the world, right? We're getting models that are very good at software engineering, that are increasingly good at, biomedical innovation. We're not there yet, but we're on this very fast exponential. But when I look across the world and I look across the enterprises of the world, we have many enterprises as customers. Even if we freezed in place what the technology was capable of today, I think the economic impact could be much greater than it is, because it just takes time. There are just frictions to adopt things through enterprises, and I think even more so in the developing world. And when I visited Infosys, one of the things I talked about with Nandan was we're both obviously very interested in making sure that this technology gets to everyone, and Nandan has devoted a big part of his life to many things in that direction, and has built out India's digital public infrastructure. And so I think this question of diffusion is very tied to the question of how do we make sure that everyone benefits.
So when the foundation models came, Nandan, you said that we should do use cases. And it sounds like Dario is saying the same thing, that even if we do the foundation model, we will still need to do use cases.
No, I think it's great what the foundations models are doing and the speed of evolution. But what we have learned is that diffusion of technology is a different ballgame. And how do you get technology to 1 billion people? And I think India, we have a little bit of experience with that. 1.4 billion people on Aadhaar, 500 million people on UPI, 20 billion transactions a month, the world's largest cash transfer system, the largest financial inclusion system, you name it, all that stuff. And we learned that diffusion is a technique. It's both an art and a science. It involves institutions, it involves policy making, negotiations, dealing with incumbents, dealing with newcomers, strategies for execution. So the whole, trust building, so a whole host of things. And I think if all the investments in AI are going to deliver the value to society, not just to individuals, we'll have to look at diffusion pathways to take this to everyone. And I think India will lead on that. That's why I've always been saying that India should focus on becoming the use case capital of the world.
Dario, you had a more recent essay, which you call The Adolescence of Technology, which is a little more somber. Spoke a little bit about sort of dimming the enthusiasm of the first essay. And I want you to perhaps unpack that a little bit. We all have spoken about the risks of the technology, but particularly in the global south, where we think that AI is going to be hugely beneficial for us. we perhaps will have a different calculus on the risk reward ratio. What do you think about that, and how would your essay address that?
I think that's an insightful comment, which is that I think in the global south there's an opportunity for AI to accelerate catch-up growth, to solve a bunch of problems that are in the way of catch-up growth. And so I think AI is a technology that has big risks and big benefits, but in the global south, the benefits may be even bigger than they are anywhere else. But at the same time, that doesn't mean, of course, that the risks aren't real. We kind of, India is the world's largest democracy. We need to think about how democracies handle AI, and how we confront other countries that are authoritarian. That's one of the risks I talk about. Another risk I talk about is making sure that AI systems are safe and predictable, and autonomously behave in a way that's under our control. And everyone in the world has to worry about that. That affects everyone in the world. And then I think of particular relevance to India is the concerns I raised around economic displacement, right? Where I think the signature of this technology is going to be that it greatly grows the economic pie for the whole world. And again, huge upside because the opportunity for catch-up growth, like growth can be very, very fast. But things are going to change, and there's some potential for disruption. And I think what I've been thinking about as I visited India these last few days, and the last time I visited, is how can we work together with the companies in India to kind of drive this growth for everyone, to make sure that the existing companies, large and small, continue to prosper along with us and the other makers of AI, and also on a philanthropic basis, how we make sure that the benefits reach everyone, both in an economic sense, in a health sense, in kind of other senses. So I think India it kind of offers a particularly keen distillation of especially the benefits, but also the risks.
Nandan, you've had experience with an adolescent technology with the whole DPI. In the early days of DPI, it was challenging. There were challenges with getting the big vision, which of course now we're looking at, and in hindsight it looks like it was easy, but the early days was difficult. So, as the father of a mature technology, would you want to give the father of an adolescent some advice?
I know that makes me a grandfather. So I think when you talk about diffusion, and you have to think of AI, everybody agrees is like a general purpose technology, like people give the simile to fire or electricity or whatever. It's about starting from the user and how can we improve their lives? How can we take 1 billion people and help them to learn better? How can we take 1 billion people and give them better healthcare? How can we take 500 million farmers and improve their earnings? You have to start from there and then figure out how to make it happen. And it's not just technology. Technology is just one piece of the puzzle. It's about institutions. It's about trust building. It's about negotiations. It's about guardrails, which Dario mentioned. It's about working with different stakeholders and making them go towards a common vision. So diffusion is difficult. It's not a simple task. So I feel that India will demonstrate this because we have the experience of diffusion at population scale in all the various areas. And obviously, diffusion of AI, there are some differences that we need to think about, data, guardrails, and so on. But I think we can build a pathway or multiple pathways to that goal. And that will show the world, because I believe right now in AI, there's a race to the top and a race to the bottom. And the race to the bottom is faster than the race to the top. So I think all of us who have a stake in AI being useful to humanity have to accelerate and redouble our efforts to make the diffusion happen. Otherwise, the consequences are going to be very, very difficult, because there's going to be a backlash. If the only thing that AI does is create deep fakes or raise the price of your power bill, or all the other things that are happening, people are going to respond. I mean, the resentment of the blue collar worker led to the train wreck of globalization. the resentment of the white collar worker is going to lead to the train wreck of AI. So I think we really have to work very hard to show profound, useful cases of AI.
Dario, you were in India in October and you're back again now. You spend a lot of time actually with the developer community. You clearly were impressed because you've come back so quickly. Could you tell us a little bit about, what your experience is with how India is building and using AI? Perhaps just go through the stack. I mean, enterprise, small business, startups, then developers. What's different about the way India does it?
Yeah, so I would say there's just an excitement here and technical acumen, and we can even see it in the statistics of usage of Claude. Use of Claude for technical kind of programming and software engineering, mathematical tasks. The fraction is substantially higher here in India than it is in most other places in the world. And every time I go to speak at one of these, we'll host these builder or developer events in India. Just there's a lot of excitement. I can feel the brimming excitement of what is something that we can build. In just the last 4 months, the use of Claude and Claude Code has doubled. Has doubled in India, and I'm sure it's the same for the other. I don't say that to promote Claude and Claude Code. Like, it's more a statement about the kind of excitement in India on the enterprise level. I mean, the two of us just announced a partnership just yesterday. So we're really excited to work with all the large enterprises in India. They know much more about the Indian market. They know much more about distribution. They know how to serve enterprises within India, and they're much better at that than we are. And can we plug our technology into what they do, and create something that kind of wins for both sides, right? We would like to be able to jointly win with the companies in India. And then finally, I think there's another element that's almost unique, which is that there's an excitement to build, but there's an excitement to build for public good and for philanthropic benefits. So, Nandan kindly introduced me to the XStep Foundation, which of course builds digital infrastructure, and we've already started to work on a number of projects really to reach people in rural areas. We're trying to combine Claude with something called Open AgriNet, which helps farmers in rural regions to kind of find better information and better advice to be more effective and efficient. And we're looking to expand that a great deal. So I think that's something totally unique to India. And that through folks in the private sector, we would get connected to these efforts, and there would be mutual enthusiasm to promote these efforts.
And you, of course, have an office. You've declared a managing director, but actually, more importantly, Sonnet 4.6, which dropped yesterday, very inconveniently, so I couldn't try it, apparently is doing very well on 10 Indic languages. So there seems to be a bit of a focus in your development as well on India. Can you tell me why that's important, why language, cultural context is important, and what India can play, what role it can play in that?
Yeah, so language models have always been multilingual, but of course they're better at languages than that they've been trained more on. And of course, as I learned when I first came here, India has a very long tail of regional languages, and we see this as something related to access, something related to making we provide benefits for everyone, right? If you can only speak the most common languages, then there's a long tail we're not reaching, right? The farmers that we mentioned, many of them speak one of the less common regional languages, and so we've put in place a push, collaborating with folks in India to acquire more data for this long tail of Indic languages, and Sonnet 4.6 represents an improvement. We're not all the way there yet. We want these models to be as good, even far out in the long tail of these languages as they are at speaking English. And we're making progress towards that. We're not there yet, but we want to keep going.
And then after you built DPI, I mean, I say after, like as if you stopped, you still continue to do it. But after you did the bulk of the work, you spent some time and effort actually taking it out to other countries. And I was wondering whether you've thought about that for AI, and as it's been mentioned so many times today that this is the first AI summit in the global south, and so I think perhaps countries of the global south, if there's a model, as it were, for doing this, would benefit from those ideas. So as you think about it, is it costs? Is it skill? Is it data, infrastructure? What is it that countries need to think about for this?
No, sure. No, finally, it's about a lived experience. If you've done it, you can do it better next time. So what we did in the DPI part, the digital public infrastructure, is that after several years of that experience, we worked with global philanthropists, set up something called Co-Develop, and said, let's take DPI global. And today we have some version of DPI running in about 40 countries around the world. We recently had a summit in Cape Town, where we had 1,200 delegates from 109 countries. So it's become a global movement. And we feel that if AI has to really be impactful, we need something similar. So yesterday we just launched something called 100 diffusion pathways by 2030. We like to have targets. So
can you explain that?
Yeah, so the idea is that a diffusion pathway is basically a way to reach a particular goal, which you got from learning, from doing things, and then packaging it. And it's not just technical packaging; it's about guardrails. It's about how do you get institutions on board, how do you make data available. There's a whole host of things. But think of it as a toolbox or a playbook for doing things. And then this is a global initiative. So we're going to work around the world and create multiple diffusion pathways and then share them with each other so that we can accelerate this thing. And, Anthropic is part of that. We have Google as part of that. Gates Foundation is there. UNDP is there. The Kenyans. It's a global coalition. Because what we learned from the agriculture experience, we worked with Maharashtra on their agri stack, which is called Mahavistar. And that took us 9 months to figure out how to make it work safely at scale. Using the same learning, it was done in Ethiopia, which took 3 months because we had the learning of Maharashtra. And then using the same learning the PM was very keen to see it in animal husbandry. So we worked with Amul and we did that in 3 weeks. So you can see the trajectory of time, right? From 9 months to 3 months to 3 weeks. So what that shows is that if we can do this lived experience and keep improving and package that and take it to the world, we'll move the implementation of AI to the real world. And that I think is strategically important for the world of AI.
So 100 by 30 is the new...
Yeah, 100 diffusion pathways by 2030. And we welcome everyone to join this moment.
You have many such catchphrases, but the one that really stood out to me at some time ago was India needs AI and AI needs India. We've spoken a bit about the India needs AI, but why does AI need India?
Because this is where we're going to show it working. I think because of the history of India's digital journey and thanks to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, who is the biggest champion of all the work that's going on, we have a political leadership that's committed. We have technologists. We have enough people with the right value system to make this happen. And we have done this before. And therefore, India will be where you'll see most of the deployment of AI in a tangible way, where farmers are able to make more money, where children learn better, where healthcare is better, where people talk in their own language, so you have universal access. So this is where you're going to show this. And the world needs this to be shown, and the AI companies need this to be shown because they have to show real stuff where this is working at scale for people. So I think, it's very important.
Dario, if I can ask you, if you were to rewrite Machines of Loving Grace, which is a beautiful 20,000 word or something essay for India, if you were to think about, what is that utopic vision of what AI could be for India, what would it be? I mean, obviously not 20,000 words, but whatever few ideas you could have now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what was there was universal, but there are some things that I would accentuate that are possible when you have such a large population for running this kind of large possibility of experiments, right? You have here a very a very large population for kind of studying and improving human health. There's world-class medical research. So I think I would double down, especially on
some of the sections about accelerating the cures for diseases. We just had Demis Hassabis, who has basically solved the protein folding problem with AI and kind of shown us all the way. What we need are like 50
improvements like that. The hope is, working together between the AI developers and the folks who diffuse AI and do the actual medical research. Can all of us working together between the AI companies and folks in India really accelerate progress. I would also say accelerating the rate of economic development. There is so much technical potential and technical adeptness in India. And it actually almost seems like a perfect case study for the idea that AI could really accelerate economic growth, because it seems like the base ingredients are kind of all there, and AI could help to tie them together. So, in the developed world, I've wondered, could AI lead us to, 10% growth rates, which sounds absurd, but, that's the thing I imagined in the positive scenario of machines of loving grace. But I think here in India, there's a lot of catch-up growth to be done. There's an enormous amount of technical potential and ability. And, as I'm seeing, there's this eagerness to adopt AI. So India is one of the few places in the world where I wonder, could there be 20 or 25% growth, which is, sounds absurd, is unknown anywhere in the world. But as I think about this, it kind of stacks all the factors for a very bullish picture of how that growth could happen. So, I think I could imagine being in India being one of the countries in the world that most embodies this. Certainly the large country that most embodies this.
And Nandan, with all of these things, there needs to be some unlock. So if you were to advise governments of the world, governments of India, governments of the global south, what should they do to unlock this 20-25% growth that Dario dreams of?
I don't know about 25 and all that. If I get 10, I'll be happy. But I think there are a number of things. Obviously, I think people before have talked about the need to create massive compute. We need to bring in the models. I think the focus has to be on inclusion. I think this AI has to carry everybody. Everybody must feel it. Everybody must benefit from it. And that's why I think the language is very important. We want people to be able to speak to the computer in their language, in their dialect, mixing English, Hindi, Tamil, whatever. That needs to be done. I think that's a big thing. And then I think making agents work for people. I think if we can make agents work for people, then it means more inclusion, because they can get complex things done because you're hiding all the sophistication behind the agent. So I think there are a lot of things we can do, which you'll see now in the coming years. We already have 3 or 4 examples in agriculture, in healthcare, in language, in education, in electricity. We have a very good example of P2P trading. So I think all these are examples of how AI will actually benefit people. And then I think, as to Dario's point, India is a country which is very positive about technology in general and AI in particular. And we need to take advantage of that and not let them down by giving them truly transformative applications using AI, which you will see in the next 2 to 3 years.
Nandan, Dario, thank you so much. What a lovely conversation.
Thank you. That's great.
There's no audio. Thank you so much, Mr. Nandan Nilekani and Mr. Dario Amodei. And thank you, Rahul Mathan, for moderating it. Well, it was quite an engaging conversation, I must say. And they are the pioneers and the thought leaders of artificial intelligence, and they shared their profound perspectives. I thank our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Rishad Premji. He's the executive chairman of Wipro, the son of one of India's most beloved business leaders. Rishad Premji has carved out his own identity as a thoughtful steward of Wipro's transformation into an artificial intelligence native technology services company. He is also an unusually candid voice on the responsibilities that business leaders carry in times of technological disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Chairman of Wipro, Mr. Rishad Premji. A warm welcome once again. That's Mr. Rishad Premji.
So thank you for those of you who are here for being here. Once in a generation, a technology emerges that doesn't just change what we can do, it truly changes what we must do. AI for me is certainly that technology. And how we as a country, how India responds in the next few years, will shape not just our own economic trajectory, but our ability to solve problems that matter to over 1 billion people. In the past several years, the conversation around AI has focused just not on the possibility. What can it do? How powerful could it become? How quickly could it evolve? But we are now at an inflection point. The conversation has fundamentally shifted from possibility to practicality, from experimentation to adoption, and from pilots to scaled impact. This shift matters, and it matters tremendously because technology creates value only when it is applied to solve real-world problems responsibly and at scale. So what does this moment mean for India? It means India has the opportunity to become one of the world's most consequential environments for the application of AI, not just as a builder of the technology, but as a place where AI is tested against real-world complexity and made to work at scale. Our context as a country is demanding. Systems here must work across multiple languages, across urban and rural settings, and across populations with very different levels of access, need, data quality, and infrastructure. That raises the bar, but it also makes success meaningful. We already see what this looks like in practice. In education, AI can support learning outcomes in local languages and help address teachers' shortages across skill mismatches. In healthcare, it can enable earlier disease screening and strengthen rural care, especially where access is limited. And in public services, it can help build smarter, safer infrastructure and reduce leakages in welfare delivery. Which brings me to India's strengths and why I believe India is well placed today to take advantage of all of this. Let me just highlight a few that matter most and have been highlighted by many. One of the most significant is our experience with DPI. UPI today processes over 20 billion transactions every month and has transformed how individuals and businesses participate in the digital economy. It has demonstrated that technology can scale rapidly when it is accessible, reliable, and most importantly, inclusive. India also has one of the largest and fastest growing pools of AI talent in the world. We are truly the AI and talent destination of the world. Approximately 650,000 professionals in India work in AI-related roles today, and this number will double by 2027. This talent brings not only technical capability, but importantly, practical experience in applying technology in complex real-world environments. Equally importantly, many of the foundations to build out this talent are already in place. Government initiatives to train 10 million young people in AI, along with industry partnerships with universities, are expanding access to practical, job-ready training. Curricula is evolving, and people are giving opportunities as apprenticeships to get exposure to real-world applications. This capability is reinforced by a vibrant innovation ecosystem. India is home, as many of us know, to the world's third largest technology startup base, including more than 4,000 startups in the deep tech and AI space. Together, these companies are helping translate technological capability into practical, real-world applications. We are already seeing what this looks like on the ground. In agriculture, for example, farmers across Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, AP, and Punjab are using AI systems trained on satellite imagery and local crop data. These systems provide early pest alerts and in some regions have reduced crop losses by nearly 25%. In small commerce, artisans in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and UP are using AI-related platforms connected to open networks. Products are automatically cataloged and logistics coordinated, allowing small sellers to reach markets that were once out of reach. And we are also seeing deliberate investments in the future. National initiatives are expanding access to compute infrastructure and building capacity across the AI stack in our country. At the same time, and equally importantly, we as a country are taking a very pragmatic approach to governance, putting early guardrails in place, but balancing accountability with innovation, so AI can scale safely and with confidence. All of this lays a strong foundation for India to lead in the AI era. But there is one more factor that I believe positions us as a country uniquely: our long engagement with global enterprises. Today, the constraint, as many have said, is not access to technology. The real world begins when AI is introduced into large, real-world organizations. In those environments, technology has evolved over many years. Application landscapes are complex, data is fragmented, workflows are siloed, processes vary across geography, business units, and regulatory regimes. Decision-making is rarely uniform. Making AI work in this environment means modernizing legacy architectures. It means curating and labeling data to create highly specialized context-aware models. It means orchestrating across agents in ways that are reliable and secure. And it means earning confidence of security teams, risk leaders, regulators, and critically, the people who are expected to use these systems every day. This is where a more practical pattern has emerged in enterprises. Models designed for specific processes or decisions tend to deliver the most reliable results. When AI is closely aligned to a defined workflow, it becomes more predictable, easier to govern, and more effective over time. What enterprises need today is not a model that does everything, but models that do the right thing consistently inside how work actually happens. But technology alignment alone is not enough. For these systems to deliver value in organizations themselves will have to invest in change, taking people truly along, helping them adapt to new ways of working, redesigning roles and decision-making, and building confidence in how AI is used. That includes reskilling people, reskilling teams to work effectively with AI tools so that they understand the outputs and exercise judgment where it matters most. When models are well aligned to workflows and people are supported through the transition, AI becomes just not deployable, but it becomes sustainable at scale. And that plays directly to India's strengths. We have decades of experience working inside complex enterprises, helping them modernize systems, manage risk, and take people along through this change. And that works in environments like these is not just deployable, it is resilient, responsible, and truly scalable. The same dynamics that determine success inside organizations will also shape how countries navigate this moment. As we look ahead, India's advantage in AI will not be defined only by the size of our models or the scale of our infrastructure. It will be defined by the choices we make about where we apply AI, how we diffuse it, how responsibly is it deployed, and whether we can translate capability into real impact for governments, citizens, and enterprises. India's advantage will come from developing talent at scale, not just people trained on AI, but people who can apply it with context, judgment, and an ability to adapt to change. That is why AI fluency must extend beyond engineers, to teachers, to nurses, to administrators, to supervisors, to small business owners, among everyone else. The dividing line will not be human versus machine. It will truly be between those who adapt and those who hesitate to adapt. Technology shifts inevitably create uncertainty, but for countries that act decisively, they also create opportunity. India has embraced such shifts in the past, and I believe we are really well positioned to do so again. I want to close by sharing a personal story from the work of the Azim Premji Foundation, which is also the majority shareholder of our company, Wipro. India sees 2.7 million tuberculosis cases every year, making it one of the country's most serious public health challenges. Early detection is essential, but confirming TB often requires patients to travel to distant public hospitals for sputum or molecular tests. For many, the real barrier is not medical capability, but it is access. To address this, our foundation is running a pilot in a rural community in Tamil Nadu. Community health workers carry portable X-ray devices directly to people's homes. AI analyzes the X-rays instantly and identifies signs consistent with TB, enabling that early screening and faster referral without requiring patients to travel. If successful, this approach can help detect TB earlier and extend the reach of healthcare into communities that need it most. With a national doctor to population ratio of roughly 1:800 and even deeper shortages in rural India, AI does not replace care. It multiplies scarce expertise infinitely. The same last mile challenges exist across other countries in continents of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, home to more than 4 billion people. Solutions that work here in India at scale, low cost, multilingual, and resilient, can travel far beyond our own borders. If we can do that, India's contribution can be vast, not just in building AI, but in applying it to solve problems for enterprises, for our own country, and for the world at large, thoughtfully, inclusively, and with impact at scale. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Premji, for your visionary insights, which I'm sure will undoubtedly guide the path forward. And we also thank Mr. Premji for highlighting how AI is being used by Wipro for human-centric projects and for the welfare. That is what India is aiming at, to have an impact at ground level to change the lives of human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, few individuals have done more to bring artificial general intelligence from the realm of science fiction into boardrooms, into parliaments, and living rooms than our next speaker, Sam Altman, CEO, OpenAI. Under his leadership, OpenAI launched ChatGPT and forced the world to reevaluate his relationship with artificial intelligence. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of OpenAI, Mr. Sam Altman.
Thank you so much. It's really a treat to be here in India, and it's incredible to see the country's leadership in advanced AI. I was last here a little over a year ago, and it's striking how much progress has happened since then. We've gone from AI systems that struggled with high school level math to systems that can do research level mathematics now and derive novel results in theoretical physics. It's also striking how much progress India has made in its mission to put AI to work for more people in more parts of the country. And India's leadership in sovereign AI, building on infrastructure, SLMs, and much more, has been great to watch. More than 100 million people in India use ChatGPT every week. More than a third of them are students. India is also the fastest growing market now for Codex, our coding agent that works to help people develop software faster and better. India the world's largest democracy, is well positioned to lead in AI, not just to build it, but to shape it and decide what our future is going to look like. And it's important to move quickly. On our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make. And of course, we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. As we prepare for this possibility, we are guided by three core beliefs. Number one, we believe that democratization of AI is the only fair and safe path forward. Democratization of AI is the best way to ensure that humanity flourishes. On the other hand, centralization of this technology in one company or country could lead to ruin. The desirable future a couple of decades from now has got to look like a world of liberty, democracy, widespread flourishing, and an increase in human agency. Some people want effective totalitarianism in exchange for a cure for cancer. I don't think we should accept that trade-off, nor do I think we need to. AI should extend individual human will. We'll probably need superintelligence to help us figure out the new governance mechanisms to ensure that this happens fairly at scale, and to avoid problems like extremely unbalanced compute access or something else. Second, we believe that AI resilience is a core safety strategy. We don't mean that this is the only safety strategy. We will continue to need to build safe systems and solve difficult technical alignment challenges. But increasingly, we need to start broadening how we think about safety to include societal resilience. No AI lab, no AI system can deliver a good future on their own. For an obvious example, there'll be extremely capable biomodels available open source that could help people create new pathogens. We need a society-wide approach about how we're going to defend against this. And third, the future of AI is not going to unfold exactly like anyone predicts. And we believe that many people need to have a stake in shaping the outcome. The development of AI has already held many surprises, and I assume there are bigger ones to come. We understand that with technology this powerful, people want answers. But it's important to be humble about what we don't know and always remember that sometimes our best guesses are wrong. Most of the important discoveries happen when technology and society meet, sometimes have some friction, and co-evolve. For example, we don't yet know how to think about some superintelligence being aligned with dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't know how to think about countries using AI to fight new kinds of war with each other. We don't know how to think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. But we think it's important to have more understanding and society-wide debate before we're all surprised. Of special note, and related to all 3 points, we continue to believe that iterative deployment is a key strategic insight, and that society needs to contend with and use each successive new level of AI capability, have time to integrate it, understand it, and decide how to move forward. This has been working surprisingly well so far. If we are right, and systems continue to improve at this pace, it's going to change the economics of a lot of things. A really great thing about AI progress is that it looks like many things are going to get much cheaper. We can have much faster economic growth. We're already seeing what AI is doing for access to high quality healthcare, education, and more. In the coming years, we expect to see robots make many products and physical goods cheaper as supply chains get automated. The limit to how far this cost reduction can go may only be government policy. But the other side of this coin is that current jobs are going to get disrupted as AI can do more and more of the things that drive our economy today. It'll be very hard to outwork a GPU in many ways. It'll be easy in some other ways. For example, we really seem hardwired to care about other people much more than we care about machines. We're somewhat less concerned about the long-term future. Technology always disrupts jobs. We always find new and better things to do. The people of 500 years ago would have thought that our current jobs often look silly like ways to entertain ourselves, create stress. And the people 500 years from now hopefully will look at us, hopefully look to us, like impossibly rich people playing games, trying to find ways to pass their times. But we should all hope that they feel much more fulfilled than we do today. I'm confident we will keep being driven to be useful to each other, to express our creativity, to gain status, to compete, and much more.
But the specifics of what we do day to day will probably look very different. Each generation has built on the work of the generations before.
And with new tools, the scaffolding gets a little taller. This collective external lattice, the set of tools that we have built up around ourselves, is remarkable. And we are capable of doing things that our great-great-grandparents couldn't have dreamed possible. It is a moral imperative to make sure that our great-great-grandchildren can say the same. And technology, and especially AI, is how we're going to get there. For a democratic AI future, it is not enough to just give people tools and wealth. We also need to give them agency and power. The vision that AI companies lay out fundamentally reduced to either unilateral control or decentralized power. Sharing control means accepting that some things are going to go wrong in exchange for not having one thing go mega wrong. Cemented totalitarian control.
This is a fundamental trade-off of democracy, and it is one that we believe in very strongly as the way to give everyone collective agency over the future.
Of course, this is not to suggest that we won't need any regulation or safeguards. We obviously do urgently, like we have for other powerful technologies. In particular, we expect the world may need something like the IAEA for international coordination of AI, and especially for it to have the ability to rapidly respond to changing circumstances. The next few years will test global society as this technology continues to improve at a rapid pace. We can choose to either empower people or concentrate power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Altman, for your very interesting and compelling remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome Mr. Brad Smith, Vice Chair and President, Microsoft. Mr. Brad Smith has been Microsoft's conscience and its chief diplomat through some of the most consequential debates in technology policy, from privacy and cybersecurity to AI regulation. His book, Tools and Weapons, remains one of the most lucid accounts of the responsibilities tech companies carry in the modern world. So please welcome the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, Mr. Brad Smith.
Good afternoon. It's always an important day when the world comes together under one roof, as we have today. It gives us an opportunity to questions, even hard questions, and think about how we want to answer them. As we think about this summit, the first AI summit in the Global South, it's only right that we start, I believe, by focusing on AI and what it means for the Global South. In some ways, I think the best way to start thinking about AI is to look more broadly and think about the state of the world in which we live. We live in a tumultuous time and in a fragmented world, but I think in so many ways, the deepest and most enduring divide has been the economic divide between the global North and South. And what I believe we need to recognize is that this economic divide is a result, more than anything else, of a technology divide. The technology divide created by unequal access to electricity. Electricity became one of humanity's most important general purpose technologies, meaning it spread across economies. It was applied in every industry. It boosted productivity. Where electricity went, economic development and prosperity followed. But as we all know, electricity did not spread everywhere at the same pace. It was literally 144 years ago that the first electrical power plant started operating in Lower Manhattan, and yet we come together today and we still live in a world where 700 million people lack access to electricity. Now comes AI. AI
perhaps more than any other technology this century, will play a bigger role either in closing this economic divide or in exacerbating it and making it even wider. That is perhaps the single most important question for us, I would suggest today, as we think about the role of AI in the global South. How can we do better? Because we need to do better. What will it take? I think it's going to take a few things that will require that we all come together and work together. First, the obvious. We need to bring infrastructure to the global South. That means data centers and compute. It also means more connectivity. It means more electricity. That is going to take not only the world's best technology, it's going to require an enormous amount of investment. That's why we at Microsoft announced yesterday morning that we're on pace to spend $50 billion by the end of this decade to bring AI to the global South. And of all the countries in which we are investing, India, not surprisingly, is one of the largest. But we'll need to harness private capital, investments from tech companies, other sources of private capital, government funding. We'll need governments and others to generate demand for the use of AI in the global South, because that is the only way to get the wheels of the market spinning and to do what we need to do together. That's the first thing we need to do together. There's a second thing we need to do. We've talked about it here already today, and it is so clear when you study the history of technology. Infrastructure is not only hardware, it's not only wires and grids, it's skilling for people. Because the key to enabling a country and a population to use a general purpose technology at scale is to give people across the country access to the skills they need to put it to work. And that's why it's such good news that we see so many governments supported by the United Nations and supported by private companies investing in more skilling. It's actually something that should speak to all of us. Certainly as a tech company, we're committed. We've launched through Microsoft Elevate new initiatives, including one we're announcing this week, Microsoft Elevate for Educators, to equip teachers with access to help their students learn how to use AI. But in the truth, it doesn't matter where you work. You have a role to play. Because the lesson of digital technology, I was an example of this, was that it took employers to open their doors to computing. It takes employers today to open their doors to new AI tools. It will take employers to invest in the skilling of their employees. It's not just for the next generation, it's for every generation that this fully matters. Then there's a third challenge for the global South. We need to make AI work effectively for the global South, and that requires some special initiatives, at least two. First, we need to make AI as effective in every language as it is in English, and today it is not. Performance tests show that's the case. That's why one of the good things to come out of this week is new announcements to invest upstream in better data in other languages, to provide better tools and measurement systems for AI that is built in other languages, to build out data provenance with a view to linguistic diversity, diversity that we need to advance around the world. And we need to use AI in the global South to solve the problems that matter to the global South. Oftentimes, as we're doing here in India, that's about improvements in agriculture, or as a number of partners, including Microsoft, are doing this week, launching a new initiative to address food security across Africa. These are just two of the myriad of opportunities we have to put AI to work in ways that will bring faster benefits to countries in most of the world. If we do those three things well, build infrastructure, invest in skilling, address real-world problems, then I think it may create the foundation to think more and do more about the question I am willing to bet will be a bigger part of the conversation in the next few AI summits. What will AI mean for the future of work and jobs? Within these walls, I think we're mostly enthusiastic about the future of AI. But outside these walls, I think we need to recognize that increasingly around the world, and especially in some countries, many parents are asking a common question. What will AI mean for my kids? What will AI mean for my family? What will AI mean for our future? I get it that some people are excited and they'll do well, but what about us? Us, meaning most of the people who live on this planet. I think we have
मॉर्निंग में 11 बजे मैंने अपना इंस्पेक्शन बुक किया था। जो स्पिनी से इंस्पेक्टर आए थे वो काफी ऑन टाइम आए थे। मेरी जितनी भी क्वेरीज थी उन्होंने अच्छे से आंसर करी। सो बेसिकली जो प्राइस में जो कोट हुआ था ऑनलाइन और जो लाइक फाइनल प्राइस मेरे को रिसीव हुआ है वो काफी अच्छा था एंड मैंने एक्सेप्ट किया। बाय 4 लाइक आई वाज एबल टू सेल माय कार। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन भी पूरा वही देख रहे हैं और बेस्ट पार्ट है द बेस्ट प्राइस।
Nor finite. It's great to think about what it would mean to have computers in a data center that would be like a country of geniuses, but let's also recognize this. Compared to the people who lived in the Bronze Age, all of you, all of us are already geniuses. Whenever technology advances, it creates a new platform, a new foundation that enables people to stand taller and reach higher if and only if we're committed to using that technology well. As AI makes it possible to cure more diseases, then it is right that we expect that it will improve human health. As we use AI already every day to find faster answers, it gives us the opportunity to ask more questions. The fundamental fuel of human capability has always been the same: curiosity. We need to look at AI as the next great generator for human curiosity. And we need to take some inspiration because we all know the world could use a little more inspiration. I often think about the following. Before the invention of the washing machine, it took someone, almost always a woman, between 6 and 8 hours to wash a load of laundry. But as the washing machine improved, that was compressed to 30 minutes. But do you know what happened? One thing happened more than anything else. Everyone wanted to wear cleaner clothes. Everyone expected to wear cleaner clothes. People did their laundry a lot more often. They had better clothes and they had more time, and they put that time to work to do more with their lives. Ultimately, that is the question for us. And this, too, is not just a question for tech companies. This is about what tech will do to people. It is people will use technology to do for people. And it's not people who create products. It's every government, it's every company, it's every nonprofit, it's every employer. Because we all have the opportunity to work with our people, to manage through the change that is coming, to show people how with the right AI skills, they can create jobs and careers that will be brighter for their future. That will not be easy, but if that's not our goal, then we're missing the big picture. As we come away from this AI summit, it reflects so much progress, but I would say one thing as well. Each of these AI summits is a proud moment for a great nation. But we have an opportunity. Rather than have summits that are islands that are disconnected from the summits before or that follow, we need to build bridges. We need to build bridges between these summits. We need to define clear goals. We need to have common measurement systems. And every year, we need to ask the same question. Did we make 12 months of progress in the year that just preceded our meeting? How can we build on that progress to do more and move faster in the year ahead? For those of us who come to these meetings in different countries every year, I hope we will take that away. Let's aim higher, not just for technology, but for what technology can do for people. Let's be clearer in defining what we want to accomplish. Let's put in place the ability for us to measure our progress and all hold ourselves accountable as a global community. If we can do these things, then we can use these summits and we can use this next generation of technology to build a better world. I know that's what we within these walls want us ourselves to do. But even more than that, I know that the people outside these walls are hoping and expecting us to do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brad Smith, for that very energizing address. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he really deserves an energetic applause from you all. His address has actually given a very constructive direction to the discourse on artificial intelligence. And well, now we are moving to the next conversation, for which our guest is the person who's often called the godfather of deep learning. Our guest is Mr. Jan LeCun, Executive Chairman, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, and his foundational work on convolutional neural networks underpins virtually every image recognition system in use today. Now at the frontier of next generation AI architectures, he's one of the field's most provocative and independent voices. Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Jan LeCun, and this conversation will be moderated by Ms. Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today. Please welcome our guest and our moderator. Mr. Jan LeCun. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's begin with the big idea here, Professor LeCun. Are we on a path to creating the smartest mind that humanity has ever known? And will that happen in our lifetime?
Maybe in the lifetime of some people here, possibly not in mine. We'll see. It will take a while. But I think the more interesting thing that we're going to build is an amplifier for human intelligence. So maybe not an entity that surpasses human intelligence in all domain, although that will happen at some point, but at least something that will amplify human intelligence in ways that will accelerate progress.
So then will we end up defining and redefining genius? What will a genius be?
Well, you know, I think several thousand years ago, or even a few centuries ago, what people identified as genius is very different from what we currently identify as genius. And I think there will be more evolution of that concept of genius. You know, in the past, perhaps, you know, genius was, you know, some act of creation or invention, but maybe not at the theoretical level like we tend to think of it today. It was, you know, more practical. Certainly, in the very ancient past, people who figured out how to cultivate crops or domesticate animals probably were seen as genius.
So, you know, we have often seen, and this is a thought that you have all, you know, pretty openly shared, that AI is powerful but not intelligent. When we make that distinction, and there are conversations around LLM, where do you see intelligence and AI-driven power?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion, really, because we tend to anthropomorphize systems that can reproduce certain human functions. I mean, LLMs are incredibly useful. There's no question about that. And they do amplify human intelligence, like computer technology going back to the 1940s. But LLMs, to some extent, except for a few domains, are mostly information retrieval systems. They can compress a lot of factual knowledge that has been previously produced by humans and can give easy access to it. In a way, it's kind of a natural evolution of, the printing press, the libraries, the internet, and search engines, right? It's just a more efficient way to access information. And there are a few domains where the intelligent capabilities of those systems actually is more than that. It's more than just retrieval. So for generating code, maybe doing some type of mathematics, we're getting the impression that it's beyond this, but it's still to a large extent domains where reasoning has to do with manipulating symbols. The problem is that, why do we have systems that can pass the bar exam and win mathematics Olympiads, but we don't have domestic robots? We don't even have self-driving cars, and we certainly do not have self-driving cars that can teach themselves to drive in 20 hours of practice like any 17-year-old. So we're missing something big still.
So what are we teaching a 17-year-old then?
Well, so the question is, how does a baby learn? Or even an animal, right? Animals have a much better understanding of the physical world than any AI systems that we have today, which is why we don't have smart robots, and so we learn about the world, how the world works, mostly by observation when we are babies, a few months old, and then we learn by interaction, and we learn mental models of the world that allows us to apprehend any new situation. Even if we haven't been exposed to it beforehand, we can still handle it. So a big buzzword in AI today is world models. And this is really this idea that we develop mental models of the world that allow us to think ahead, to apprehend new situations, plan sequence of actions, reason, and predict the consequences of our actions, which is absolutely critical. And LLMs don't do this, really.
There is the sense, Professor, that perhaps AI will unlock an era of radical abundance. Will this abundance benefit us?
Well, so there, if you talk to economists, they tell you, if we can measure the improvement that AI will bring to productivity, which is, amount of wealth produced per hour worked, is going to add up to maybe 0.6% per year. Okay, this is from economists that actually have studied the effect of technological revolutions on the labor market and the economy. People like Philippe Aghion or Eric Brynjolfsson. So that seems small. It's actually quite big. And, it's certainly going to accelerate scientific progress in medicine. I do not believe there's going to be like a singular identifiable point where the economy is going to take off and there's going to be abundance. And there's also the question of the policies surrounding this. Are those benefits going to be shared across humanity or different categories of people in various countries? And that's a political question. It has nothing to do with technology.
So if economists see this as boom, will then openness survive?
It's not going to be an event. It's going to be progressive. There is this false idea that somehow at some point we're going to discover the secret of human level intelligence. I don't like the phrase AGI because human intelligence is specialized, so I don't like the artificial general intelligence phrase. But it's not going to be an event. We're not going to discover one secret. We're going to make continuous progress, and we're not going to be able to measure that progress by just having a series of tests are going to test, whether a machine is more intelligent than humans, because machines are already more intelligent than humans on a growing number of narrow tasks. And so, it's not like a uniform, scalar measurement of quality. It's a collection of quality. But what's more important is that intelligence is not just a collection of skills. It's an ability to learn new skills extremely quickly, and even to accomplish new tasks without being trained to do it the first time we apprehend it. That's really what intelligence should be measured at. So we're not going to be able to just design a test that is going to figure out, are machines more intelligent than humans?
So if it's about upskilling and ensuring that you're relevant, then only perhaps you're intelligent. Will that then mean that the countries that adopt AI and the pace at which India and the scale at which India has adopted AI, the challenge would be to create talent which is upskilled and reskilled and have the required skills for this?
Absolutely. So the relationship that we're going to have with intelligent AI systems is going to be similar to the relationship that a leader in business, politics, or academia, or some other domain has with their staff. Okay, AI is going to be our staff. Every one of us is going to be a manager of a staff of intelligent machines. They'll do our bidding. They might be smarter than us, but certainly if you are an academic or a politician, you work with staff that are smarter than you. In fact, that's the whole point. You need to attract people who are smarter than you, because that's what makes you more productive. For an academic, it's students who are smarter than their professor and teach. It's not the professor that teaches graduate students, it's the other way around, actually. And certainly, we have a lot of examples of politicians who are surrounded by people who are smarter than them.
Earlier today, when Prime Minister Modi addressed the gathering, he said that India doesn't fear AI. We are seeing this as our destiny future, which is Bhagya. Do you see that with a summit of this nature being hosted in India, it's a message to the global south, and that's where perhaps the next big innovation in AI could be coming from?
Well, long term is going to come from countries that have favorable demographics, and that means India, Africa. The youth is the most creative part of humanity, and there's sort of a deficit of that in the north, largely. So the scientists are the top scientists of the future. And in fact, many of the present are from India, and in the future will be from mostly Africa. So what does that mean, though, right? It means having incentives for young people to kind of study, first of all. So the idea that somehow we don't need to study anymore because AI is going to do it for us, and that's completely false, absolutely completely false. And it's not because I'm a professor, okay, that I'm saying this. On the contrary, we're going to have to study more. We see, for example, a trend where in industry, in the past, in certain countries, it's certainly true for India, but it's also true in European countries. And certainly in the US, we see more demand for people with more education at the PhD level, for example. The demand for PhD level scientists in industry has grown in the last 15 years, in part because of AI, but because of everything, because technological progress and hinges on scientific progress, and scientific progress is brought about by scientists, and scientists mostly have done PhDs, and so there is more demand for education, not less. So for countries in the global south, that means investing in education and youth.
And making AI more accessible, something that India believes in. Democratizing AI for all is the theme of this summit as well. Do you think AI can become that accessible, particularly for a country as large as ours with 1.4 billion people?
Yeah, in all kinds of ways. Unfortunately, the cost of inference for AI system has to come down to kind of become practical for the vast majority of population in a country like India. Right now, the inference is just too expensive, and energy costs and things like that. It's mostly energy costs, actually. So this has to come down, but then it will play a role in education. AI will improve the quality of education, not degrade it. Once we figure out how to use it best, it will improve, agriculture, and
In
everything else.
healthcare in particular.
Healthcare, of course, right? So I don't work at Meta anymore, but there was an experiment a couple of years ago or a year ago that was run by my former colleagues, where they gave smart glasses to
Yes.
agriculture, to farmers in India, and they could talk to the AI assistant to figure out, like, what is this disease on my plant, or should I harvest now, or what's going to be the weather, and
Yes,
I
it
think
is
those
being
things.
used a lot in agriculture as well.
That's right.
It is assisting farmers to ensure that their produce gets better. They make right choices. But when you say about education, will AI assist education in terms of making students or youth of the country more literate, or will they become more AI dependent?
Well, I mean, we're dependent on technology, right? I'm dependent on this pair of glasses, otherwise I don't see you. So that's been with us for centuries. Yeah, we'll be dependent on AI, of course, but AI will facilitate access to knowledge, and thereby kind of be a tool for education. I think the effect on society, might be extrapolated from what was observed in the 15th century, when the printing press started enabling the production of printed matters and the dissemination of knowledge, right? It had a huge effect on society worldwide, at least in countries that allowed it to flourish. And I think it's going to be a similar transformation with AI, of course, in the modern world. Just more access to knowledge. The internet played also a similar role, and I think this is just going to make people more informed, smarter, able to make more rational decision if it's deployed in the proper way.
So, if you were to define this moment which we are witnessing in history, we are living it.
Again, in the sort of this vision of kind of more dissemination and sharing of knowledge and amplification of human intelligence, but the impact on society and the way countries need to be run is very difficult to predict at this point. I'm sort of an optimist in the sense that I think societies will figure out how best to use that technology for the benefits of their population.
While I am an optimist, nevertheless, I'm going to ask this question to you, Professor. Are we overestimating the change or underestimating what has struck us?
So usually in technological shifts of this type, we are overestimating the changes in the short term and underestimating them in the long term. I think for AI, it's a little bit different because there's been a huge amount of hype and expectations that, the transition to human level AI, superhuman level AI, is going to be an event and is going to happen within the next few years. And people have been making that claim for the last 15 years, and it's been false. In fact, they've been making it for the last 60 years or 70 years, and it's been false. Every time in the history of AI that scientists have discovered kind of a new paradigm on AI, how you build intelligent machines, people have claimed, within 10 years, the smartest entity on the planet will be a computer. And that just proved to be wrong, 4 or 5 times in the last 70 years. It's still wrong. We're still very far from that. We're not very far. We're getting close, right? We're seeing the end of the tunnel. But it's not like, we're going to have super intelligent systems within 2 years. It's just not happening because of this gap. Right? Where is the robot that can learn to drive in 20 hours of practice, like a 17-year-old? Even though we have millions of hours of training data of people driving cars around, we should be able to train an AI system to just imitate that. That doesn't actually quite work. It's not reliable enough.
Okay, so let's try and wrap up this conversation with who gets to define intelligence now onwards. Will it be actually humans, machines, or both together?
Probably both together, but mostly humans. Like we set the agenda, and the biggest difficulty is not to get fooled into thinking that a computer system is intelligent simply because it can manipulate language. We tend to think of language as the epitome of human intelligence, right? But in fact, it turns out language is easy to deal with because language is really a sequence of discrete symbols of which there is only a finite number, and that turns out to make things easy when you train a system to predict what the next word is in a text, which is what LLMs are based on. It turns out the real world is much, much more complicated. And it's been known in computer science for many years. It's called the Moravec paradox, after a roboticist, Hans Moravec. And so the company I'm building and the research program I've been working on for the last 15 years or so is intelligence for the real world. You know, how to deal with high-dimensional, continuous, noisy signal that the real world is, which your house cat is perfectly able to deal with. Or a squirrel or whatever, but not computers yet. That's the big challenge for the next few years in AI, dealing with the real world. And that's the point of the company I'm building.
So AI has to deal with the real world, or real world has to deal with AI?
AI has to deal with the real world, the messiness of the real world, the unpredictability of the real world.
All right. Thank you so much for this conversation,
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Yanlakun, for sharing your insights on artificial intelligence. And thanks, Maria, for moderating this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome Mr. Ankur Vora. He's the President of Africa and India Offices and Chief Strategy Officer at the Gates Foundation. And well, talking about him, Ankur is a development economist by training, whose life trajectory was influenced by his parents' dedication to purpose and India's economic reform that lifted millions out of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ankur Vora.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, for hosting this summit. The person, okay. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, for hosting this summit. India's leadership on AI is remarkable. It is fitting that India is hosting the first major international AI summit in the Global South. I grew up in Gujarat, watching my parents serve patients at a community health hospital. I joined the Gates Foundation in 2013, inspired by the mission that every person deserves the chance to live a healthy and productive life. Earlier this year, I stepped into a new role, overseeing the foundation's work across our Africa and India offices. I never imagined that I would stand on a stage like this, at a moment like this, speaking about technology that may shape the future of billions. I feel humbled by this opportunity. Many people predict that AI will help the world be better for everyone. Others predict it will only benefit the privileged few. But the fact is, it's not a matter of prediction. It's a choice. Technologists can choose whether we use AI to take on the world's greatest challenges or just the most profitable ones. Policymakers can choose to build rules that ensure everyone benefits and not just a few. That means governance, safeguards, infrastructure built for inclusion. Here in India, leaders have already made that choice. India has built world-class digital public infrastructure like Aadhaar and UPI. This has improved the ease of living for billions. India is investing in Bhashini and AI Kosh to ensure languages and high-quality data sets are no longer a barrier, and innovators do not have to start from scratch. During its G20 presidency, India strengthened global consensus around using AI responsibly and for good. Because of these choices, low-cost, open-source AI tools are ready and improving lives already. AI is not a leap into the unknown for India. It is the next chapter in a journey of building solutions that serve everyone. If the world follows this approach, AI could possibly compress progress of the next 20 years into 5. That progress means fewer children dying from preventable causes, fewer women dying in childbirth, more infectious diseases eliminated, millions rising out of poverty. If we step back, the real test of AI is simple. Will it help make people's lives better? That fundamental question guides how we think about our work in health, education, and agriculture. Since 2000, the world has cut child deaths into half. That represents millions of lives saved. Within our lifetimes, we could see the end of preventable child deaths. AI can help us get there faster. In sub-Saharan Africa, there are 6 million fewer health workers than we require. AI tools, when deployed correctly, can free up time of existing workers so they can help more patients. Last month, Bill announced Horizon 1000 in partnership with OpenAI, the government of Rwanda, and ministries of health across the regions. The effort will deploy AI tools in 1,000 primary health clinics across Africa. Imagine visiting a local health center that offers AI-powered guidance. Simple cases can be resolved immediately, complex ones are referred appropriately, and millions of lives are saved. AI will not just speed up innovation, it can help bring that innovation to community clinics, to health workers like my parents, and to the patients who depend on them. Is expanded access. Another area where AI can make a material difference is in education. There are 2 hard problems in education. First, accurately assessing where each child is in his or her learning journey. And second, once a teacher knows that, helping her customize her lesson plans for that child. Earlier in my career, I worked to bring Pratham's teaching at the right level model to Africa, to Ghana. I have seen firsthand that works, but the challenge has always been about cost and scalability. AI now makes that challenge surmountable. It makes activities like personalized assessment far more affordable and easier to implement at scale. With Vadwani AI here in India, we developed a tool that analyzes short audio clips of children reading. Each assessment takes only 2 minutes. It costs about 5 paisa. That is less than 1 cent per child. The result is more children being supported, more hardworking teachers having the time and ability to do the things that they love the most, shaping the next generation. 6 million children in Rajasthan and my home state of Gujarat have already benefited from this revolution. It is clear AI will make a difference in health and education. but can it also help advance economic opportunities for the poorest? More than half of the workforce in the global south is engaged in agriculture. Every country that has moved out of poverty has seen rising farm productivity. For a farmer, every cropping season comes down to a handful of decisions: what to plant, when to plant, what seeds to buy, what fertilizers to use, when to sell. If even one of these decisions goes wrong, it can wipe out an entire year of income. And that does not just affect a harvest. It affects the choices the farmer's family can make for that year. AI can ease that uncertainty. It can provide timely, localized information so farmers can make better decisions with confidence. Earlier this week, Bill and I met Annapurna, a banana farmer in Andhra Pradesh. She showed us how she used an AI assistant on her phone to identify a pest attacking her crop. She took a photo on her app. Within 48 hours, a drone had precisely treated the affected area. She saw technology help her in real time to save her harvest and protect her family for the season. When Bill and Melinda first thought about the Gates Foundation, the vision behind it was simple. Innovation should serve those who are left behind. At that time, it meant vaccines, diagnostics, better delivery systems. Today, it also must mean artificial intelligence. Globally, the Gates Foundation has 3 objectives. No mother or baby should die of preventable causes. The next generation of people should grow up in a world without infectious diseases, and millions of people should escape the clutches of poverty. AI can accelerate progress across all 3. For the first time, we can deliver precision at scale, replacing one-size-fits-all solutions with the right fit solutions that are cheaper, faster, and more inclusive. To support these efforts, the Gates Foundation is launching Advantage India for AI. Yes, that is AI for AI. This initiative will bring together innovators and philanthropists across India and the global south to advance AI for social good. Ultimately, history will not remember the models we perfect or the speeches we give. It will remember the lives we improve. It's not a prediction, it's a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ankur Vora. Your perspectives on leveraging AI for social impact have undoubtedly added depth to this summit. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Julie Sweet, Chair and CEO, Accenture. Ms. Julie Sweet has repositioned Accenture as one of the world's largest AI and technology transformation companies, deploying hundreds of thousands of professionals across every sector of the global economy. Her perspective on what AI adoption actually looks like at scale, beyond the hype, is grounded in hard operational reality. So please welcome the CEO of Accenture, Ms. Julie Sweet.
Guests, thank you, Prime Minister Modi, Minister Vaishnaw, and your outstanding teams for convening us for this critical summit around AI. The breadth of distinguished guests from around the world is a recognition of the importance of broad global partnerships to capture the incredible potential of AI and address the risks. It is also a recognition of the importance of India in our AI-enabled future. At Accenture, we're incredibly proud to have over 350,000 and growing reinventors here in India. We also have one of the largest AI workforces in the world, tightly integrated with our growing AI hubs in the US, Europe, the Middle East, and Japan. And I want to take this time to thank all of our people in India for your incredible commitment to value and to our clients. Today, I want to leave you with 3 perspectives that we believe will help us ensure that AI's immense potential is captured for the benefit of all. First, using AI as an engine for growth is the only path for global prosperity for all. Second, the agenda ahead of us is unprecedented. Companies, countries, and individuals must reinvent how they work together, and how they learn. And finally, it is humans in the lead, not humans in the loop, that will determine our future. As we turn to the imperative for growth, I want to take you back for a moment to 2013. Oxford University had just published a widely read study that said, based on technology progress at that time, 47% of US jobs would be automatable. Dire headlines and predictions soon followed. One of those technologies was robotic process automation, or RPA. And there were predictions that IT services would be badly damaged because it would automate so many jobs. And in fact, we used RPA to automate thousands of jobs. And we also, as an industry, embraced the new technologies of digital and classical AI, and we created many, many more jobs. We helped our clients adopt RPA, and those who did created investment capacity to invest in new technologies and to grow. And in fact, the IT services industry has thrived over the last decade, including many of India's most successful companies that you've heard from today. At Accenture alone in 2013, we were roughly 275,000 people and $29 billion in revenue. And today we're over 750,000 and growing and $70 billion in revenue. What the last decade has taught us is a critical lesson. When companies and countries embrace new technologies and then use them to drive growth and productivity, they prosper. Advanced AI should be the same. In fact, in our latest quarterly survey of C-suites across 20 countries, they agree. 78% say AI's greatest value is in growth. Now, as we think about what growth should look like, there's 2 important considerations. First, AI should make the impossible possible. AI should make the impossible possible. If in a few years as a CEO, you cannot point to new products and services, new levels of performance that were not possible before, then you have not captured potential of AI. Think about the consumer and retail industries. LLMs are about to become the new mall. This is an entirely new way to engage customers and to engage in commerce that did not exist in 2022. If you think about pharma, we see a path toward bringing drugs to market much faster than the average of 9 years. Not possible before, which means that life-saving drugs will get to people faster and pharma will have accelerated growth. And we are just beginning to understand how AI will create new drugs, new materials, new products across industries. A second consideration around growth is that we must commit to providing access to the technology and the talent for small and medium-sized enterprises. If we are to use AI as an engine for growth, we need to make sure that the engine for growth, these size enterprises have access. 50% of the world's GDP are small and medium-sized enterprises. And in the global south, it's 70% of employment. To do so, there will be lots of business opportunities. So many industries will serve small and medium-sized enterprises, but that will not be enough. Private and public partnerships will be critical to making sure there's access. For example, we're working with the US college system where we're funding internships of college students at small and medium-sized enterprises. It's a win-win. Statistically, if you have an internship, you have a better chance of getting a job, and it's providing these enterprises access to some of the cutting-edge talent. And so we must make sure that we're continuing to focus on the small and medium-sized enterprises. Now, I know, and we all know, that advanced AI is much more powerful than the technology advancements of the last decade. And of course, that means that the impact